We'll go ahead and get started, and we'll have our AMTAS president, Fiona, get us kicked off.
All right, hello everybody. My name is Fiona. I am the AMTAS president. For those of you that don't know, I'm also originally from Temple University in Philly and doing my internship at the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. So thank you all so much for coming to our first virtual passages. We're really excited to have you all here. Just a couple small housekeeping things before we get started. If you are joining us on Zoom, we will ask you to please keep yourselves muted while our presenters are talking. When we get to the point where we accept questions after the presentation, I'm going to ask you to go ahead and put those questions in the chat and let someone on the AMTAS board ask the question, just to keep it really simple and streamlined so that we can stay on track and on schedule here. For those of you joining us on Facebook, same thing. Go ahead and put your questions in the chat under in the comment section, and we will also have AMTAS officers monitoring that to make sure that your questions get heard. Any questions we don't get to, we can of course also pass along later. So yeah, we're gonna go ahead and get started. First off is our keynote speaker, Dr. Hakeem Leonard. Naomi, did you want to do the intro or shall I?
Yes, I can go ahead and do that introduction. Give me 2 seconds. First of all, I just want to take a moment to thank Dr. Leonard so much for being willing to join us and present and share all of his wisdom with us today. Dr. Leonard, let's see. So Dr. Hakeem Leonard attained his Bachelor of Arts in Instrumental Performance in saxophone from Morehouse College, and then completed a master's and doctorate degree in music therapy at Florida State University. He has over 10 years of experience in music therapy private practice, including working in multiple settings, including schools, assisted living centers, behavioral health centers, and other facilities. As a professor, Dr. Leonard prioritizes student-centered engaged learning and has led music therapy experiences in Uganda and Guatemala. He has research interests in mental health, early childhood, student development, aesthetics, hip hop, subjectivity, social justice, cultural sensitivity and awareness, and pain management. He also loves writing and producing music. He is currently serving as Associate Professor of Music Therapy and Assistant Provost for Inclusion, Diversity, and Equity at Shenandoah University. So please join me in giving Dr. Leonard a round of applause, or you can use your little reaction button to give him a round of applause as he joins us.
Hello, everyone. I'm going to actually just start with a little music video, and then I'll give a slight introduction. So let me share my screen. Okay, and I'm gonna do a check to make sure you hear me. So Naomi, once I play this, maybe give me a thumbs up that you hear the music. Hear that? It is on.
I'm just a man born black. I'm not a hero, I'm not a martyr. I carry on my back the expectations of those before me. I'm trying every day. Some days are rough and some days are harder, but I've got this to say, yeah. I take it high, so I go far. Don't wanna think no more, don't wanna fight no more, don't wanna know no more who's wrong or right no more. So pass me that vaporizer. Don't wanna stress no more, feel a mess no more. Just wanna find some rest somewhere and say job less. So pass me that vaporizer.
Okay, I will stop that right there. And so that was a song by Michael Kilgore. If you don't know who that is, I think you should. I'm actually gonna play another video by him later. He visited our class recently, one of my classes. So I am gonna talk to you about the stories we tell, shaping an equitable profession. A lot of this comes and is generated from a class I am teaching now called Critical Consciousness in Music Experience. And so you'll hear some things where we're talking about relationships, personal, maybe romantic, but we're also making analogies about race and culture and anti-racism. I've found that students really understand these concepts in relation to stories, and they understand them well in relation to relationships. So some of the things we'll say or we'll touch on is redefining love and belonging, the power of stories to disrupt racism and oppression, leadership from the most historically oppressed. We'll have some clinical connections, and then we'll visualize what are we working towards as a profession, as a society. What are we working towards as individuals? We might not get to the take up space and holding space. There's going to be a time where I've kind of built in so much stuff that we're not going to get to everything. So I'm going to stop at a certain point and maybe take questions, and then if that leads into maybe some other content, that's okay. If not, that's okay as well. All right. So the first thing, like I said, we're going to redefine what love is. So this is an artist named Jamila Woods. She has an album called Legacy, where she talks from an intersubjective place from maybe Black and brown folks that are historical, like James Baldwin or Zora Neale Hurston. In this one, it comes from Eartha Kitt. And Eartha Kitt has she was a Black actress and entertainer. She had a famous quote that they said, "Oh, will you compromise to be in a relationship?" And she's like, "No, I'm not gonna compromise." She's like, I'm in love with myself, and they can come love me as I love myself. You know, I don't need you to come give me love, you know? And so there's a refrain in the song that I think really, really sticks out. And what I want to leave you with this song is, who's going to share my love for me with me? And so we'll listen to maybe a couple minutes of this song and then transition.
I used to be afraid of myself, hung my smile on a shelf, hit my teeth when I laughed. Now I'm far too grown for your plot, for your bomb. Will you root for me?
right, here comes that good refrain.
Who gonna share my love for me with me? Who gonna share my love for me with me? Who gonna share my love for me with me? For me, yeah. Who gonna share my love for me with me?
All right, I'll stop there. This is actually in intercultural communicate or intercultural research, they refer to this as the platinum rule, because traditionally in a culture, a Western culture, we talk about the golden rule: love people as you love yourself. But in actuality, to love people across difference and to love people across boundaries, they call the platinum rule: love people as they love themselves. And so actually we are using this kind of comment of who's going to share my love for me with me as a representative of that rule, right? So I want you to remember that: who's going to share my love for me with me. All right, so we're going to talk a little bit from critical race theory. One of the things related to critical race theory is called centering. One of the important ideas is centering in the margins. So that relates to how Black people, people of color, in a society that emphasizes whiteness, are many times on the margins of society as far as the stories that we tell, the lived experience, what is considered to be normal, what is considered to be the epitome of belonging and humanity. And so when we say centering in the margins, it's that we have to bring these stories of people that have been historically oppressed into the margins, right? And so you see kind of in the center, it says stories that see people as they see themselves. So that's what we're focusing on. All right, you may have seen Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie has a TED Talk called "The Danger of a Single Story." And so when we don't center the stories of people in the margins, we get these kind of stereotypes. We get these kind of stories of marginalization, or these folks are lazy, or these folks are this. Or we get on the other end, oh, these folks are exceptional, these folks are exotic. You get othered on one side, you get othered on the other. So we're gonna watch not the whole TED Talk, but maybe a 4-minute clip of the TED Talk to really kind of, we're just doing some grounding for our conversation here.
I come from a conventional middle-class Nigerian family. My father was a professor. My mother was an administrator. And so we had, as was the norm, live-in domestic help who would often come from nearby rural villages. So the year I turned 8, we got a new houseboy. His name was Fide. The only thing my mother told us about him was that his family was very poor. My mother sent yams and rice and old clothes to his family. And when I didn't finish my dinner, my mother would say, "Finish your food. Don't you know people like Fide's family have nothing?" So I felt enormous pity for Fide's family. Then one Saturday, we went to his village to visit. And his mother showed us a beautifully patterned basket made of dyed raffia that his brother had made. I was startled. It had not occurred to me that anybody in his family could actually make something. All I had heard about them was how poor they were, so that it had become impossible for me to see them as anything else but poor. Their poverty was my single story of them. If I had not grown up in Nigeria, and if all I knew about Africa were from popular images, I too would think that Africa was a place of beautiful landscapes, beautiful animals, and incomprehensible people fighting senseless wars, dying of poverty and AIDS, unable to speak for themselves, and waiting to be saved by a kind white foreigner. I would see Africans in the same way that I, as a child, had seen Fide's family. So that is how to create a single story. Show a people as one thing, as only one thing, over and over again, and that is what they become. The single story creates stereotypes, and the problem with stereotypes is not that they are untrue, but that they are incomplete. They make one story become the only story. It is impossible to talk about the single story without talking about power. How they are told, who tells them, when they are told, how many stories are told, are really dependent on power. Power is the ability not just to tell the story of another person, but to make it the definitive story of that person. I grew up under repressive military governments that devalued education so that sometimes my parents were not paid their salaries. And so as a child, I saw jam disappear from the breakfast table. Then margarine disappeared. Then bread became too expensive. Then milk became rationed. And most of all, a kind of normalized political fear invaded our lives. All of these stories make me who I am. But to insist on only these negative stories is to flatten my experience and to overlook the many other stories that formed me. The consequence of the single story is this: it robs people of dignity. It makes our recognition of our equal humanity difficult. It emphasizes how we are different rather than how we are similar. Stories matter. Many stories matter. Stories have been used to dispossess and to malign, but stories can also be used to empower and to humanize. Stories can break the dignity of a people, but stories can also repair that broken dignity. I would like to end with this thought, that when we reject the single story, when we realize that there is never a single story about any place, we regain a kind of paradise. Thank you.
I like what she said, that stories can break kind of the dignity, but they also can repair the dignity, or they can give space for dignity. So just based on what we've established so far, this is our key point. Love, we're redefining love. Love requires empathy that incorporates boundaries, okay? So when we say, who's gonna share my love for me with me, that means in a personal relationship way, like love includes boundaries, and they welcome boundaries, and we hold space for boundaries. We hold space for the client's boundaries, right? We are shaped by their self-definition, right? We're shaped by who they say they are, instead of, oh, just the golden rule, I'm gonna love you as I love myself. If we only practice the golden rule, our relationships aren't gonna last. But all right, and then there's a related point. Justice, Cornel West said, what does love look like in public? It looks like justice. Justice requires cultural humility that is shaped by resistance. All right, so I want you to connect this boundaries to resistance, okay? When people define themselves and they're not able to, something in society is saying, you don't get to define yourself through this law or this norm. That's what resistance is. Not, I just want to tear stuff up. Resistance is, I'm trying to define myself and live my humanity, and you trying not to let me do it, so I'm resisting that. So that's the same thing as boundaries in a romantic relationship, okay? So hashtag resistance stories, okay? All right, so let's give you a kind of grounding in something from critical race theory, stock narratives versus counter narratives. Okay, so stock narratives, kind of the same old story. We tell history from this very limited lens of who the people, she talked about how power is who gets to tell the stories, how many stories are told, that kind of thing. So, and many times these stock narratives are colorblind, they're culture blind, they don't see power and privilege, they don't have a full historical narrative. This might also include BIPOC, stories of BIPOC people on the margins, but from the white gaze, meaning like a culture of whiteness gets to define who they are and their belonging and what have you. Or maybe it's centered around a dominant experience, or maybe there's narrative scarcity. There's not a lot of stories told, right? There's only maybe, she talked about her houseboy Fide. All she knew is he was poor, and it never occurred to her, oh, he can make something, right? So that's narrative scarcity instead of narrative plenitude, like the multitude of stories. So counter narratives, when we talk about center in the margins, we want to see counter narratives that disrupt the stock standard status quo. We lead voices, the people amplify voices. We want narrative plenitude. All right, so here's a key point though. We went through this whole summer with George Floyd and Breonna Taylor and Ahmaud Arbery, and we had a lot of people, and I appreciate those people, not that weren't Black, but that were sharing like stories of Black harm and making sure that this was visible. People seeing, oh man, look at what's happening to Black people. This is real. This is real. This is real. Which is very important. So I say that those are concealed stories. Look right here, and then maybe some resilient stories, but we have to also move to resistance stories, liberation stories, transformation stories, because if we only have the stories of Black marginalization, then we're still can be in a place of pity for Black people instead of a place of, oh, look at how they how standing on their own feet. Look at this, look at that, look at this liberation narrative, look at that. And so one of the things we're doing today is talking about counter narratives and talking about seeing people as they see themselves is moving to a multitude of these levels of stories. So here's a visual of that, right? Yes, marginalization narratives are important, but we also need to have resistance narratives. Remember that resistance is connected to, like, you're in a personal relationship with your significant other and you have boundaries, and they need to honor your boundaries, right? And then also transformation narratives. We need to have all of these things, right? So I want you to, that's a key point. I mean, just think about that right quick. I'm saying it very simply, but most of the stories that you heard this summer about Black people were marginalization narratives, not resistance or transformation, okay? And so we got to move past that, okay? We're going to connect this to clinical work too, don't you worry. All right, so here's the clinical connection. All right, you may know Carrie Devlin, one of my favorite people in the field of music therapy. Naomi knows her, that's her supervisor. She had an article, a autoethnographic article called "How Do I See You and What Does It Mean for Us?" She was working with a young man with autistic young man, and she talked about how she was initially trained in this very behavioral way, and it caused her to see him in a certain way. And you'll hear, you're gonna see a little bit of that. So as we look at these next couple videos, so I asked Carrie, I messaged Carrie last night. I said, Carrie, can you make me a little video? I mean, I could read your stuff, but it'll be great. It'll be better if they got a video of you talking. So she sent me a video this morning, so I threw it in the presentation. All right. And so what you'll hear in these few things is, why is it important to be reflexive or continually thoughtful about how we think about people? How does presuming competence relate to anti-racism and clinical work? She makes a point. She says our clinical work is not value free. So that's just a point. It's not a question. You'll hear that. The last question, how do the stories we tell or hear give us selective predetermined ideas about something? So she talks about like coming into sessions with predetermined ideas of what people can do. And so let's watch a little video of her.
Hi, I'm Carrie, and I'm really thrilled to be invited to be one small part of this conversation today. because reflexivity is something that is so important to me, both as a researcher and a clinician. And it was essential in my own development as a student music therapist and when I was a new professional. So much so that I chose to explore my time as a new professional through reflexive writing for my master's thesis work, which I'm going to read a small quote from that work in just a few moments. But I'm thrilled that you are having this conversation because it's really important to remember that our clinical work is not value-free. The way that we see ourselves and the way that we see the people with whom we work and share space clinically, that impacts what we do together in therapy. And it's really important to keep this in mind. If you enter into a clinical space with a predetermined idea of who someone is based on their diagnosis or based on something that you've observed, you are missing an opportunity to see that person's true self and to really be connected to them in a way that's so much deeper than a surface level observation can bring you. And that is one way that presuming competence can be another essential tool as a therapist and really just as a human, which just means assuming that all people that you interact with, regardless of how they move through the world on the outside, in the way that's observable to you, assuming that they are smart, that they are thinking, that they are competent human beings. And that's just a basic level skill that all therapists and all people should have.
All right, so pause. I'm going to connect this back, all right, clinical, but also connecting it back to culture, anti-racism. Think about how presuming competence relates to the stories we tell. If we only hear the marginalization stories of Black people, for example, yes, that might give us an empathy for their humanity, but that doesn't give us a view of their competence, right? So now that's why we need these resistance stories. We need these transformation stories, these liberation stories. We need all of these types of counter narratives, right? We can't just only have the marginalization. All right, moving.
Hi.
Next one.
Hi.
Go, keep going. All right, so I split the videos up. This one is only like 50 seconds. And I'm not gonna read this because what she's saying in the video is exactly what's written here. I just wanted you to be able to see that if you wanted to read it as well.
At one level, my work with Graham wasn't wholly bad. I was prepared, the activity met the goal, and I had thoughtfully considered how to structure the experience. But what I thought he needed from me and what he actually communicated to me through his hands and his voice were two entirely different things, which I didn't understand. When he reached out to scratch me, I took that to mean that he didn't like the activity, and by extension, he didn't like me. When I looked at Graham through the lens of his behaviors, I saw his reaction as an aggressive behavior in need of extinguishing. Instead, he was more likely communicating that he couldn't be in a relationship with me in the context I presented.
So Graham was resisting. That's a resistance story, right? Sometimes when we have clients and we don't have a space for them where they can define who they themselves, they have to put up some boundaries. So this is connected to everything we're saying. I want you to see that as an example of what we're saying in therapy, but what we're saying in culture is that it's not enough that we're thoughtful and we know that autistic folks need some support, and we want to be music therapists in doing that. That could still be a marginalization narrative and we want to be helpers, right? We want to be saviors. We want to be this, we want to be that. But now she had a shift. She said, oh, when I was looking at it that way, I thought these were aggressive behaviors. But I had to shift, I had to decenter myself and I had to make room for Graham's personhood and the way that he saw himself. And that shaped how I thought, and that shaped what the therapy was, right? And so I want you to see the parallels of what is happening in that therapy and how we need to hold space for our clients in anti-oppressive ways, but also how that relates to what we're talking about in being anti-racist and having these counter narratives, right? Not just the narrative of marginalization, but the narrative of resistance and transformation, okay? All right, I'm gonna have to give you a little history lesson for this one. All right, so this is continuing on the story of Black resistance. In our society, there is more of a tolerance of Black marginalization and Black resilience. So when Black stories are told in the history of America, you know, when Black stories are told, they are more so accepting of Black marginalization or resilience, but never not really Black resistance, okay? When there's been Black resistance, there's been violence or there's been what have you. So this is a clip from a movie that's coming out about a Black Panther leader named Fred Hampton. He was a leader in Chicago. He was killed at the age of 21 by the Chicago PD and the FBI. But it's interesting, and you'll see in the clip, they were not violent per se. He was not divisive. It's interesting that he was building a coalition between Black people, Chicano people, and poor white people to be in solidarity together for economic empowerment. So this is actually a story of Black people trying to define their own selves. And I'm giving you an example of how many times as society we don't make room for Black resistance stories, even though it's not rooted in violence. It's just rooted in when people are trying to define themselves, and our culture does not allow for that in certain ways. All right, so it's about 2.5 minutes, so let's watch this.
Deputy Chairman Fred Hampton of the Illinois Black Panther Party. Repeat after me. I am a revolutionary. I am a revolutionary. I am a revolutionary. I am a revolutionary. I am a revolutionary.
You're looking at 18 months for the stolen car, 5 years for impersonating a federal officer, or you can go home.
The Black Panthers are forming a rainbow coalition of oppressed brothers and sisters of every color.
Their aim is to sow hatred and inspire terror.
I will learn all that I can. These ain't no terrorists. You can murder a liberator, but you can't murder liberation. You can murder a revolutionary, but you can't murder revolution. And you can murder a freedom fighter, but you can't murder freedom.
Now that is how you make a movie trailer. But anyway, just to add to that history lesson, if you want to know deeper, the FBI under J. Edgar Hoover had a program called COINTELPRO, in which their purpose was to stop the rise of the Black Messiah. That was quote unquote. And so that's how they were wiretapping people like Martin Luther King and Malcolm X, Elijah Muhammad, H. Rap Brown, Fred Hampton. And what you saw in that was they had a Black person infiltrate him and to inform against him to try to stop the this kind of Black leadership and Black defining of their own experience. All right, go. Okay, so I think Audre Lorde really, we're about to get to our second key point, but so we're talking about moving from just understanding of Black marginalization stories to resistance stories to transformation stories. I really love this quote by Audre Lorde, and it talks about how those who have had to shrink their experience because they wouldn't, society wouldn't allow them to define themselves, how they have had to maybe transform things. All right, so it says, those of us who stand outside the circle of this society's definition of acceptable women, those of us who have been forged in the crucibles of difference, those of us who are poor, who are lesbians, who are Black, who are older, know that survival is not an academic skill. It is learning how to take our differences and make them strengths. For the master's tools will never dismantle the master's house. And so, I think this is just, she was a part of a collective of Black lesbian women who said, hey, we want to redefine our personhood, that kind of thing. So now we're talking about Black resistance and transformation stories, okay? All right, so key point number 2. Those who have had to shrink most have a greater view of love, freedom, and belonging. Okay, I think that's, even going back to the clinical example, Graham in having to navigate not being able to define himself, he had to push back, and that pushback actually helped. It actually helped Carrie define her personhood even more. Like, oh, actually I was loving him as I love myself, but I need to love him I need to see him and work with him as he sees himself, right? And so I think this is a key point that I just want to say again. You'll hear a quote about it in a second, but those who have had to shrink most in our society tend to have a greater view of what love and freedom and belonging is. And the second part about this point is anti-racism involves being transformed by racial difference. So not just accepting Black people or saying, oh, I see your pain, or right. So when you actually connect this back to love people as they love themselves, you have to be able to be transformed by those people, okay? All right, so we're gonna visualize for a second. So this is a quote from Black Lives Matter organization. Each of our own liberation is tied to one another. We cannot be fully free until every member of our community is free. That is why we must be intentional and steadfast in centering the voices of the most marginalized members of our community as we imagine a better world. All right, so we're building something here. So we're not only are we saying we need to hear Black voices, but we're saying counter narratives need to move from marginalization to resistance to transformation. And that transformation means that in the way that we move, we must, what's this last sentence? That is why we must be intentional and steadfast in centering the voices of the most marginalized in our community to imagine a better world, okay? And you see on the bottom, I said the future is anti-racist. The future is should be led, it says lead. The future is led by the historically oppressed. So I want you to visualize this, what that might look like. And as you do, I'm gonna show you a visualization too, okay? All right, So this is a visualization of what are we trying to accomplish in our profession? What are we trying to accomplish in our society and in our personal lives? All right, so what you see here is, so our ability to truly have transformation as a society and profession depends on disruption of this orbit around ego and ethnocentrism. All right, so what you see here, right here, is, you see a lot of memes, people saying this is how it started, this is how it's going, right? So this is how it started right here. There's a lot of ethnocentrism, including racism, including patriarchy, including ableism in our profession. All these things, right? Even that's what Carrie Devlin was talking about, like an ableist gaze that she had with Graham. And then that, you see the pink circle, the stories we tell, sometimes we've been lied to, sometimes we have a culture blind, color blind, history blind way of seeing the world, and that kind of upholds this type of dominant gaze. And you see on the outside, there's empathy, cultural awareness, and power and privilege, but they're not really like overshadowing the gaze, right? They're just kind of on the outside. These are ideas or whatever. So the external gaze is held together by the number, the types, and the level of truth in the stories that we tell, okay? And so what we're doing is that we're saying, here's where we are, here's where we're starting right now. We're starting in a culture that has all this dominance, and people can't define themselves around this dominance. And that in order to shift that, we have to disrupt that with the types of stories we tell, with the numbers of stories we tell, and the level of truth in the stories we tell. All right, so this is where we started. This is where we're going, okay? So we're trying to increase empathy, increase cultural awareness, increase awareness of power and privilege to overshadow and disarm racism, those type of things, right? All right, so here's a key point. We decenter ourselves, especially as we are transformed by the humanity that we bear witness to from people who have had to show resistance, self-definition, and transformation, okay? And then the second part of this is what I just said, our purpose, what we're trying to accomplish is to increase empathy, cultural awareness, awareness of power and privilege, to disarm and overshadow the external gaze. So I really like this because it gives us a view of when we're talking about the stories we tell, what are we trying to accomplish? This is what we're trying to, when we say anti-racist, we're trying to accomplish something where we're increasing our empathy by the multitude of stories. We're increasing our awareness of ourselves and others. We're increasing our awareness of power and privilege because we want to disrupt that dominant gaze. We want to disrupt that within ourselves and as a profession, as a society. And you see now the pink circle is kind of like decreased now, right? So it's the impact of color blindness and cultural blindness and lack of history is decreasing as we begin to avail ourselves to these stories. All right, so I told you I had Michael Kilgore. I'm telling you, you should know this guy. He's a great recording artist. But we went to school together at FSU. So he actually came in my class last week. And the point I just made about what we're trying to accomplish, he says it better than me. And so I want to actually play what he said.
So I am a Black, queer, Christian, hip, soul, R&B artist who has done Broadway and toured the world singing covers of pop music in jazz styles. So I'm like a mishmash of a whole lot of different things, which is why I'm so proud of the project that I released, because I think only I could have released it because of my lived experience. Um, and that to me is a big lesson in how we create something that feels like equity, how we create something that feels like community. Because if you don't have experiences that open you up to other kinds of people, other kinds of music, other kinds of ideas, then there's no way for you to have empathy, sympathy, understanding, because it's just not a world that you can imagine. And as an actor, one of the first things you're taught is if you can't say it, you can't play it. And I think there's so many of us who are trying to play the action of goodness, or play the action of kindness, or play the action of understanding or allyship. But it's like we can't even say the words, we can't say the things, because there's no input that creates that kind of output for us. So we have to create opportunities, or invest in opportunities that will allow us to have the right input so that the output can be, oh, allyship, oh, kindness, so those are big deals to me. This is the kind of talk I never get to have. Mostly it's like, how do you get this riff? So this feels great to be able to talk like to adults about the work beyond the the booth, or beyond the practice room, when you're talking artistry or you're talking what we do.
All right, so I'm gonna kind of stop with this last key point. It's a reiteration of what we just said, and it's kind of what he just said, right? Our purpose is to increase empathy, cultural awareness, and awareness of power and privilege to overshadow and disarm external gaze. And how can we do that? As he put it, how can we do that if we don't have this input so that our output will change? How can we even take it back to what Carrie Devlin said? And I'm working with Graham, she had to change her input, or what she was willing to consider and willing to see about him, in order for the output of anti-oppressive practice to occur. And so, I want to stop here. I've got a lot of other things, and we might take a little questions and answers, and then if we get to it, we might play a song at the end. But I've given you a lot of ideas and key points, and I'd love to take some questions. I'll stop sharing my screen as well.
Just as a reminder, if everyone would like to just toss your questions in the chat, either on Zoom or on Facebook. All right, so you have one. Can you provide examples of clinical interventions to provide spaces for client identity?
I think rather than give a clinical example, I'll give you something to read. So other than Carrie Devlin's article, I will say read Carolyn Kinney, The Field of Play. She talks about the importance of knowing your aesthetics and the client's aesthetics, and actually making room for the aesthetics of the client. I think this is really connected to everything I'm talking about. so I would lead you to that. I mean, if I could still give you an example, but I'll start with that. Yeah.
Austin, you said you had a question.
Do you mind if I ask it in person?
Yeah, that's fine.
I appreciate it. Can you hear me, Dr. Leonard?
Yes.
So I'm wondering about this idea of like kind of going back to that single story and more kind of advocating for maybe looking at the transformation of our clients through the lens of like cultural awareness and saying, you know, today somebody was asking me about like, you know, can all your clients enjoy music or really benefit from, like, well, it just depends on the client. But I guess my thought kind of goes to, you know, when we happen to see clients like BIPOC, things like that, where music therapists are generally in communities and facilities that are either in extremely privileged areas, like, you know, maybe privileged school districts or nursing homes, things like that, or they're in, you know, substance abuse or, you know, acute psych facilities where they're seeing a lot more of the low resource, the effects of limited resource communities. So I'm kind of wondering your thoughts about kind of more of that systemic, kind of how we're seeing that limited view in that cultural awareness in our clients.
Yeah, I'll give a few examples because I'm teaching that to my students right now. You know, I think we talk about the importance of how we see clients, even what you just said about people in low resource communities. That is a new terminology. People used to say at-risk youth or at risk, which actually biases you against the identity of the person and creates low expectations of that person. And so now people are saying people from low resource communities, which actually examines the system instead of the person. So I think that's really important. We also teach our students, like if you ask me about doing hip hop with a client, I've talked about this before, and as a white person, and you're saying, oh, Dr. Leonard, how can we do it in a culturally sensitive way? And I tell them, I say, well, actually, you can't. If your only thought of doing it is actually in the session, I can't teach you anything to be anti-racist because, for example, we have all of these imbalances in our profession. We don't have a good access to Black and brown people to our profession. And so now I'm teaching you as a white person to take Black and brown culture, give it back to Black people as therapy, selling it to them, and then they can't do it for themselves. So actually your very presence perpetuates racism, right? So I have to teach you not only how to do this, I have to teach you how to break down barriers and walls outside of the session. Because if I don't, then I'm still helping you to perpetuate racism, you know?
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
All right, we have time for maybe one or two more questions before we take a quick break before our next presentation. Do you have any stories of working with specific patients who challenged you to reevaluate your initial approach to their culture/ability, like Carrie?
I do, just thinking, you know, I've been more so on the professor side for a while, but I just remember even as a clinician, you know, I was much more concerned about, you know, like what was going on with the facility or what were the rules or things like that in relation to even Black men with hip hop. And, you know, and just doing that doesn't allow, I'm not giving like, this is how you should do it or what have you, but you know, it didn't allow them to have self-definition. And if you read my article, I talk about how we starting to have a sense of the idea of self-definition in autistic culture and deaf culture as a field, but we don't have that same sense with like Black and brown clients, right? And so how do we now apply this to that? And Naomi, I think, go to her presentation. I'm gonna plug her presentation because I think she's gonna talk about how she's been working in this way, for sure. Yeah.
All right. Well, so thank you so much, Dr. Leonard, for coming and speaking to us. I'm afraid that's all the time we have for right now. If you would like to drop your email in the chat for anyone that may have any further questions, feel free. Sure. Otherwise, we're going to take like a 5-minute break and then come back for Naomi's presentation. Thank you, Dr. Leonard.
All right. Thank y'all.
All right. As for the rest of you, you can feel free to walk away for a few minutes, take a little screen break. We'll be back at 2 o'clock. All right, it is 2 o'clock, so if you'd like to all start coming back. Naomi, you can let me know when you're ready.
I'm good to go.
All right, awesome. So for our next presentation, we have Naomi Davis. Naomi is currently an intern at Annapolis Music Therapy and completed her Bachelor's of Music in Music Therapy at Colorado State University. She is also our current president-elect, soon to be president of AMTAS. Take it away, Naomi.
All right. Hi, everybody. I'm going to start just by sharing my screen. Give me just a moment. So thank you so much for joining me today. And I do have some subtitles that should be available at the bottom of my screen if you are able to view those. So I will be presenting today on an experience I had while developing virtual social justice classes for young children during my internship. So as Fiona mentioned, just a little bit about me, I attended Colorado State University for my bachelor's degree and plan to begin my internship at Annapolis Music Therapy in Maryland in person this summer. Due to COVID, plans began changing rather rapidly around March. And we decided for me to begin my internship via telehealth starting in June. And about a month into my internship, made the decision for me to continue my entire internship in a telehealth model. So I've been completing my internship from Colorado while my internship takes place in Maryland. So I did want to give a little bit of background about Annapolis Music Therapy, where I'm completing my internship currently. So Annapolis Music Therapy, or AMT, as I'll refer to it throughout the rest of this presentation, is a woman-owned and led private practice in the Annapolis area in Maryland. They have a team of 6 therapists that claim a variety of different identities, including being brown, disabled, LGBTQ+, and white therapists. And the practice itself provides a variety of services to a multitude of populations, including early childhood services, working with folks with developmental disabilities and some mental health services as well, just to name a few. And these are all programs that I've had the pleasure to work with and alongside therapists at AMT during my internship thus far. So this program was developed through kind of AMT's recommitment to anti-racism. So I began my internship at the beginning of June when we were seeing just a lot of unrest in our country and a revamping of the Black Lives Matter movement in direct response to the murders of Ahmaud Arbery, George Floyd, and Breonna Taylor. So in response to just the injustices that we were seeing against Black and Brown people in the United States, the therapists at AMT decided to renew and solidify their efforts to be actively anti-racist. So this took place, and this focus was put on both personal work as well as the work that they were doing as a practice. So in their personal lives and as co-workers, we all are participating in the Race and Real Talk program, as well as doing our own readings and book clubs, and really taking a look at our own biases and things that might be standing in the way of us being actively anti-racist. And then as a practice, they decided to focus their efforts to make services more accessible and more equitable. And this led to the development of the Just the Way You Are program. So when I say that they strove to make their practice and their services more accessible and more equitable, that is a really big statement, and it's something that can be kind of hard to quantify and maybe a little bit overwhelming to think of a place to begin. So I got to kind of participate as the therapist at AMT, really sat down and took a hard look at what were some reasonable access points for making services more equitable and more accessible. So they began just by taking a look at current programs, what programs were already in place that could be more equitable, or what were some gaps, potential gaps in programming that would allow the practice to expand some of the services that they were offering. And because the goal in really taking a hard look at programming was to begin somewhere where they could start making changes immediately, and not something that would happen, a year or 2 years down the road through careful planning, although that is something that is happening as well. They really had to consider what could be done and kind of a shorter timeline with the budget that they already had in place, and also taking a look at who the potential audience for any new program might be. So would it be people who were already clients of AMT services, or were they looking to kind of find a new audience, attract some new people to some of the programs at AMT? And those were some of the questions that they really considered in going through and into this development process. So through just some careful consideration and taking a look at some of the services that were already there, we found just kind of the clearest access point in early childhood offerings. So at this point, all services at AMT for the most part were in a virtual telehealth model. And so the family music program, or Family Music Makers is what the program was called, was taking place in a virtual format at this time, at the beginning of the summer. And it was a virtual program that took place early on Friday mornings at 9:30 Eastern time. And it was mostly Annapolis locals. So, families that were already a part of their family music program prior to COVID and prior to moving services online. And this program was open to kids age 0 to 4 and any siblings that might be there at the time. And so in taking a look at what the current program looked like, we really took some time to figure out what some barriers to access might be that were standing in the way of different families, and specifically BIPOC families, accessing services at AMT. So kind of the three main current barriers to access that were found were cost, time of day, and location. So the cost of these classes kind of varied in a virtual format, but it was between $60 to $120 per session, or if you were signing up for 2 sessions. And so if you were a family that did not necessarily have access to disposable income to be able to participate in an extra, family music group, that might not be something that was readily accessible to you. And then kind of the second main barrier to access was time of day. So as I mentioned already, these groups took place at 9:30 on a Friday morning. So for families that have working parents or working adults in the home, that is in the middle of the workday and was not a time that was going to be accessible to families that didn't have maybe one adult not working or working from home, or single parent households. And then again, location was another barrier that was considered, because where this clinic, Annapolis Music Therapy, is located, it's in the middle of a pretty affluent area. And so a lot of the clientele and the people who receive services from AMT are located in that same area, and a lot of times in that same kind of socioeconomical bracket. So we thought of ways that these three main barriers could be addressed and removed to open up services for a wider audience to be able to access them. So the first thing that was addressed was cost. So this new program, Just the Way You Are, was designed to be a free or donation-based program and group that families could attend. And another really cool thing about this program is that even though it was donation-based, AMT was not receiving any profit from these groups. We actually sought out nonprofits in the area that kind of aligned with the mission and vision of AMT. And we found that through the nonprofit Rise Center for the Arts, which is a really cool arts nonprofit in Baltimore City that provides free arts education and programs to youths age 8 to 18, and primarily focused on providing these programs and those services to youths that identified as minorities. And in addition to that, this group or this program offered programs or services to all children and youths, so of different abilities and disabilities. And so it was an inclusive program as well, which was really cool. And so we partnered with Rise Center for the Arts so that all donations that were contributed to this program, Just the Way You Are, were donated directly to Rise to aid them in their mission of providing free arts education. All right, and time of day. So I mentioned that another barrier that existed was just the time of day that our classes were taking place, in the middle of the day. So, and these classes were also every single week during a specific session or set. So with these Just the Way You Are classes, instead of having them kind of in the middle of the morning or every single week, they were designed to be once a month in the evening, both to make it more accessible to families that had working adults, or as well as to kind of negate the screen fatigue that was already starting to set on families attending a variety of different online or virtual programs. So it was designed to be only once a month so that it was less pressure for families intending and hoping to attend. They could sign up for a set of classes, which happened, 2 months in a row, or just attend the one so that they were receiving valuable programming that they didn't have to make a long-term commitment to. And then the last barrier to access was location. So like I mentioned before, with the way that the programs, the family music programs were structured, we were really attracting mostly just families from the Annapolis area. But because this program was, again, virtual, like the rest of AMT's programs at this point, we were able to really market these classes and these groups to people all over the country. And we did and were able to get families to attend who joined us from as far away as Puerto Rico. And so that increased the BIPOC audience of families that were attending this group. And the class as well, going back to the cost a little bit, it was specifically marketed as being free, especially for BIPOC families, just to lessen that burden and also to kind of address the inequities that have existed in services like this for years. So those were just 3 of the ways that, some of the barriers to access were addressed and kind of worked around. Okay, so the classes themselves were really created, again, in direct reaction to current events with the Black Lives Matter movement, and in talking about how we could address, anti-racism within a therapeutic context and within a clinical context. We really were talking a lot about how a lot of families find it really difficult to talk with their young children about some of the unjust things that they are seeing in the world around them, and really bringing up conversations of like racism and immigration and gender expression and things like that, and finding really accessible ways to talk about these subjects and these topics with their kids. And so the purpose of this group was kind of shaped to find a way to normalize and give families a starting point for initiating some of these tough conversations with young children, because they should be addressed with young children. Kids aren't walking through our world completely unaware. They are full humans and full people who are learning and growing, and the things that they see in the world around them shape the way that they develop. Research shows us that infants really recognize race and gender as young as 6 months, and children as young as 3 start to form biases surrounding race based on what they are exposed to in their environments. So these conversations were already being exposed to these children, or at least the topics were. And so we wanted to give families kind of a starting place for ways to approach having these conversations with their kids, no matter how little they might be. And that's kind of what drove the development of the content in the classes themselves. So I want to spend kind of the bulk of my time today talking about class content. We had, in our first set of classes, was kind of a pilot where we really wanted to focus on talking about inclusivity and diverse representation. So the overarching group was called Just the Way You Are. And the first set of classes that took place once in July and once in August was I Love Me and I Love Community. So those two groups were focused on bringing up topics of self-love and also and diverse representation in communities, different family structures, different neighborhoods, different places that people might live, and really bringing a focus on acceptance and love of those differences that we see on ourselves and in our bodies, as well as in our neighborhoods and in our communities. And then the second set of classes, which there's still one more left in this set that'll take place in December, was kind of centered around finding ways to recontextualize common seasonal topics. So when we were sitting down to plan out this next set, we were like, what are some things that are coming up that might come up at the dinner table or in conversation? So we thought, the election season was happening when we were in the middle of an election cycle. And so my voice, your voice was really targeted to talk about using your voice and voting and finding ways to bring up that topic with kids. And then the second class, My Land, Your Land, which took place last month, was focused around kind of shifting the narrative that is in place right now surrounding the holiday of Thanksgiving. So that group was really focused on talking about immigration status and refugee status, and also Indigenous values and values of some Indigenous people that are here currently, and how that kind of shifts the narrative of the Thanksgiving season just a bit. And then the last group in this cycle, which will take place again next month, is called My Religion, Your Religion. And so we are kind of taking advantage a little bit of the holiday season that is upon us, or will be soon, to talk about, or take a moment to talk about different religious expression, or the lack of religious expression and acceptance of those differences and those different ideals. So that is how these classes were kind of shaped, and those were the topics that we hoped to address. And I guess I'll talk a little bit about how we actually developed the meat and the content of the courses and of the groups. Okay, so the groups themselves kept and held the basic structure of the existing early childhood classes that AMT offered. So we still worked and focused on fine and gross motor development through movement, activities, and signing for young children. So some basic signs that children can use as continued communication, as well as singable books to promote early literacy, pre-academic skills, and social engagement through group experiences and communication. Okay, so in introducing some of these top topics, we took a three-pronged approach to developing our groups and developing the interventions used. So the first of which was finding ways to use accessible language. So we wanted to be able to address these diverse topics with integrity without compromising the integrity of what we were talking about, while still using language that would be accessible and understandable to a toddler, which that ended up being the most difficult part of this entire experience, was really finding the language that would make the most sense while also really keeping the integrity of the topic. And then the second kind of prong to our developmental approach was intentional music selection. So we intentionally used music by BIPOC artists, as well as intentionally did not use music that has, racist histories and things like that and backgrounds. So I just kind of want to offer this as a caveat for both intentional music selection and varied use of visuals. These are things that we should be doing anyways, and we should be considering in all sessions that we take our planning and every intervention that we're implementing. But it was a really intentional decision and conversation that was surrounded the music selection used in these groups and the visual selection. And I do want to also say that these groups were only 30 minutes, but we as a team spent hours every month planning these groups. So planning content and really spending time figuring out the language that we would use and the music selections and nitpicking with visuals as well. So the kind of work that came with these groups was not in the leading of the groups, because they happen really quickly, 30 minutes, and then they were over. But we spent hours and hours every single month really planning out what was going to take place in these groups. Okay, so let's talk about music and materials selection. So as I already mentioned, we were really intentional to use lots of music that was by BIPOC artists. And we use music by like traditional children's artists like Culture Queen or Ella Jenkins, but we also used music and materials by not traditional children's artists like Bruno Mars and India Ari, because it wasn't about offering this like perfectly curated children's event, but really offering music choices and selections to families of songs that they might be able to use at home to introduce their children to kind of a variety of different artists and musicians. So we use not only traditional children's artists, but BIPOC artists from various genres as well. And as I mentioned already, we also were very intentional to omit traditionally used children's songs that may have had racist origins. So we did a lot of research in the development process to kind of check the background of any of the songs that we might have been using, just to check and double check some of the histories that were surrounding the music that we were choosing to use. Okay, and in addition to music, we also use children's books, and I'll come back to that slide in just a minute. So I mentioned we use singable books. And so we really targeted using books that were written by BIPOC artists and illustrated by, BIPOC artists as well. And kind of in line with the omission of certain melodies or songs, we also had a very careful selection of melodies of the tunes that were used in some of these singable books. And one thing that Carrie said, even in the group, like we acknowledged the use of the melodies that were used. And she, brought up to the kids in the group, she was like, yeah, some songs have good histories and beautiful histories, and some songs do not. Some songs have bad histories that were used to, put down full people groups. And so that was something that was addressed both in the planning process and in the actual context of the group, that selection of different music and choosing to not use certain music and songs because of, their histories. So I did want to show you all just a quick clip from one of our interventions. So as I mentioned, we used music by India Ari in one of our groups, and this specific group was songs of self-love, but specifically love of community. And so this was used as a scarf and movement song that I kept the chorus of this tune because I felt like the melody and the lyrics were really powerful and just offered a lot of hope, but also just changed the verses so that they were, more in line with the message that we were talking about in that group, as well as more appropriate for children. So song rewrites are a really great way, I'm sure you all know this, but they are a great way to use music that is not traditionally written for children in a children's space. So I'm going to show you just a quick clip of how this song was used. And this video, it's going to look a little weird. It's me facing a Zoom screen because we did record every single one of these sessions. So. All right, grown-ups, can I hear you singing to the little ones, singing, "You are light. You are light, you are light. Yes, you are light, you are light. I am good on the inside. I am a star, oh, so bright. So spin all around and let it shine. Your light. I see you spinning around. 'Cause you are light, you are light. You are light, you are light. Yes, you are light, you are light. All right. All right, so yeah, that was just a use of that tune by India Ari and really free moving, like scarves song. And in earlier moments in the song, I was giving specific prompts for how to move the scarves. There was a verse about reaching down to help someone and they were swinging their scarves down low. And I was like standing up tall for what you believe and waving their scarves up high. So using, traditional prompts that you might see in any children's group, really, but using this music in a really intentional way to both share that same message that we were talking about throughout the duration of the rest of that group, as well as, having just a fun musical experience for the families and a song that they could choose to play for their families at home. Okay. So another really intentional use of visuals and singable books was sometimes changing or supplementing the images that were used. So in our My Voice, Your Voice session, I found this really cute singable story called One Seed, and it was about how it only takes one seed to make a difference and one seed to affect change. But that image of one seed is really abstract and the images in the story were the same. So I'll talk about this again in just a moment, but one decision that I was kind of steered towards was replacing some more abstract images and ideas with concrete images that families could use to connect this idea of being the one person or one seed to make a difference in your community with some of these concrete images. So because we were talking about voting and how people could choose to protest to make their voices heard and to affect change where they were, I replaced some of those images with people kneeling on our football players kneeling and protesting in sporting events, as well as voting. So this song, if you have never heard it or never seen it, it goes like this. The seed took root and grew real tall, while others laughed and teased. You won't last long, you'll only fall. But the seed became a tree. It took one seed to make a difference. It took one seed to stand up tall. It took one seed to have courage. One seed, that's all. So being able to still use those words that I felt were really powerful and really hit right on the nose of what we were talking about, and replacing some of those more abstract images and ideas with something concrete and something that they may have seen. You know, the I voted today sticker has been all over the place in the last couple of months as we were going through this election cycle. So that is something that an image that they may have already been associated with. And so then taking that image and associating that idea of voting with the words of courage and the idea of voting taking courage. Okay, so again, I want to talk a little bit more about some of the visuals that we used in our groups. We were really, really intentional with how we selected visuals for every single intervention. And sometimes that took some additional guidance from my supervisors and just making sure that the topic and the idea that I was hoping to portray was being really supported by the visuals and the pictures and the images that I chose to use. And so we were really intentional to include lots of images with children and adults of color and with visible disabilities. And as I said before, these are things that we should already be doing and should be incorporating into all practice, but just in the way that we planned and went through the planning process and the conversations we had surrounding some of these images, we really took some time to find, you know, some curated images. And if you're using Google or any stock image sites, you may have to do some digging to find exactly what you need, because, you know, the first in a stock image site like Pexels, probably one of the first few images that you'll come across is like a little white girl with blonde hair and blue eyes, which is, there's nothing wrong with using an image like that. But the point was that's the really easy choice to make. And we wanted to make sure lots of people were being represented in the visuals we chose, because we wanted it to kind of mimic the world around them and the people that they may see in their communities, while also kind of reiterating that point to amplify and showcase people and voices that may be overlooked a lot of the time. So this is an example of some of the visuals that were used. So Zoe, one of the therapists who I worked with in this group, used the song I Like the Me I See by Culture Queen. And it was like a body awareness and body percussion song where they patted different parts of their bodies as they were singing about them. So we had these images on the screen with arrows pointing to the different body parts, but really, you know, it would have been easy to, you know, throw an image up there that was, you know, any little girl or little boy, but we were really intentional to include faces and features that looked different from one another, and that showed a vast diversity. And then this picture up here is a slide that was used talking about different communities and different family structures, and loving the community that you're a part of and loving the family that you're a part of. And the lyrics in the song stated, you know, you may live with your parents and your grandparents, or you may even live with lots of siblings who don't look like you, or maybe it's just you and a grown-up at home. So using these images to really support the lyrics that we were talking about, so that the kids in the group had a really concrete image to tie and connect with the words that I was saying. Okay, so the kind of third visual prong that we really implemented was the use of take-home materials. So as I mentioned before, these groups weren't meant to be an end-all be-all of the start of these conversations. They were simply meant to provide an access point and a place to begin for families to begin having these conversations at home. So at the conclusion of all of the groups, families were sent an email kind of thanking them for coming, and it included a handout and a curated playlist. So I'm actually going to drop a link in the chat really quickly so that you all can have access to one of the playlists that were curated for our My Land, Your Land group. So the playlists, again, were created in collaboration with the therapists at AMT, as well as some practicum students from Shenandoah University. And just the ordering and the picking of songs for these playlists took hours of work collectively and individually to find some of these songs. And they really featured songs that had lots of BIPOC artists within them. This one in particular included songs in other languages, because in talking about immigration and culture, we talked about how language and the sharing of different languages is a part of that conversation. And so these songs or these playlists were provided to families because, we're telling them you should diversify the music your kids are listening to at home. But we didn't want to just say that without giving them some tools and some starting places to be able to do that. So they received curated playlists that they could listen to at home. And we played them at the beginning and ends of our groups as well. And they're fun playlists. Probably one of the highlights of my experiences with these groups was watching kids stick around at the end of group to jam and dance along to some of the songs on the playlist that we provided. And then we also sent these worksheets or take-home sheets home with families. So the kind of first graphic that we sent out was this one here in the middle, and it was more informational, providing some songs to reconsider using because of their racist histories, and then some songs that you can use instead. So not only saying like, hey, you shouldn't use this, but providing reasonable alternatives for families and providing them with children's artists that are BIPOC artists so that they can diversify some of the music choices for their children. And then as we developed and this program developed, the take-home worksheets were kind of restructured to both provide information for families as well as providing a fun activity for adults to do at home with their children. So this one here, all the way to the right, is from our last month's group. And it included at the top a map so that you could see what Indigenous people groups were first represented in the state where you live and who are oftentimes still there, as well as celebrating immigrants. So we just kind of talked about how immigrants have contributed so much to the culture of our country, and really taking a moment to appreciate some of those contributions that may be some of their favorite things. So they could look here and like circle any of their favorite things that may have come from immigrants, as well as families could use that as a jumping off point to continue that conversation in their homes. And kind of similarly with this Community I Spy worksheet, all the way to the left. Okay, so further discussion. One of the greatest challenges for me in developing these programs with my supervisors was kind of figuring out developmentally appropriate language and conversations that could be used while still maintaining the integrity of the topic. So group participants were invited and encouraged to send us feedback at the end of every single group, because while we could sit here and plan these groups month after month and continue to pour into them, we were not the experts in that space. Like, we were not the experts on the experience of that group. The people who were experiencing the group and taking part in the group were the true experts. And so they provided some of the most valuable feedback for me that I was able to implement in future sessions. I wanted to give kind of a brief example of that. During our My Voice, Your Voice group, I was talking about bravery and courage and using that to teach the sign for courage and talk about how it's brave to speak up for what you believe and to go forward in hard situations when it might not be easy. And we used child activists or historical figures to illustrate a lot of these points. And I talked about Ruby Bridges when talking about bravery or courage. And, I used language like Ruby Bridges. She went to school and she was very brave because she went to the school where she was the only person really who looked like her at that time when mean people did not want her to attend school there. And I received some feedback from one of the parents who she just really kindly said, that's not an accurate depiction necessarily of that situation. Like, it's negating the historical context. And also when you use words like mean people or bad people, instead of calling it what it is, racism, they were racist and they did not want to allow a Black girl to go to a school with lots of little white children. You are kind of watering down the truth of what was happening in that situation. And so that was something that really struck me and really forced me to think critically about the way that even more so about the way that I was using my words to present different interventions and to present different concepts. So in the very next month, My Land, Your Land, and keeping in mind that feedback from that parent and also incorporating feedback from my supervisors about how I was talking about the concept of immigration, I really struggled with keeping kind of a hopeful and sunny outlook on talking about immigration to the United States, while also feeling that the reality of immigrants' experience and immigration here was less hopeful and not a very good experience for a lot of families. And I was coming at this too from the perspective that my mom is an immigrant herself. She immigrated to the United States when she was 13. So I had a very kind of cynical view of immigration here in the US. We currently have children on the border who are separated from their families and their families are lost, So I had to think of a way to really frame the language that I was using so that it wasn't completely inaccessible to children and completely pessimistic, while also addressing the reality of the situation. So I was encouraged by one of my supervisors to kind of frame it in a way that Mr. Rogers might frame it. So we were talking about Thanksgiving season. And so I kind of said, at Thanksgiving time, you may invite people over to your home and welcome them into your home to share a meal and to share your time. And then I actually asked questions. So instead of talking at them, I invited them into conversation and asked, who's someone that you might invite into your home? And that opened up kind of a really beautiful moment, because for the first time really in this space, I was having verbal participation from the kids in the group in that space where they were saying, I invite my grandparents over, or I invite my cousin, and they were using their voices in that space. And then I was able to use that concept to pivot into the idea of inviting people into the country the same way that we might invite them into our house, and really using that same concept to say, sometimes we don't always do a good job of inviting people into our country with open arms, but we should. And that was kind of the way that I was able to frame the rest of that intervention. And so that really only came about because of some really valuable feedback that I received from the families involved in this group. So I really appreciated that process and kind of going through that with the families involved. Just to kind of wrap up some things that myself and Zoe and Carrie have talked about for future considerations for a program like this, or even this program in the future. Like, first of all, this group was only able to function in the way that it did largely because it was a virtual program. So we recognize that something like this would look really different if it were taking place in person versus in a virtual space. So for any of you who might be considering bringing a program like this into your internship sites or clinical spaces, I would encourage you to kind of think about different models of a class like this and what it might look like in person versus in a virtual delivery. And then we also talked a lot, especially as we're thinking ahead to some of the future sessions, about being really aware of the identities that we hold and how that comes into that space. And we talked about the potential of including additional facilitators with different identities from the ones that we hold. So kind of going forward, hoping to talk about like gender and gender expression, as well as, LGBTQ identities. And while also being really aware that those are not all identities that the therapists on the team at AMT hold. And while we are always very careful about how we are presenting ourselves and what of ourselves we are bringing into those spaces, while being like staying authentic to who we are, it's really important to also think about how those identities could bring harm to conversations that might be held in spaces like this. So yes, that's all I have for you all today. I'll take some questions. I think we have a couple of minutes for questions, but before I do that, I wanted to give a special thanks and shout out to the team at Annapolis Music Therapy, specifically Zoe Levine and Carrie Devlin, who were co-facilitators with me in these groups, as well as CJ Shiloh, who's the owner of AMT, and offered so much valuable feedback in the planning phases. So if you have any questions.
Let's see, would you be willing to share the list of songs to avoid and some to use instead?
Yeah, so there are a lot of lists like this that already exist, but yeah, the list that we curated for that worksheet, it only has a few, so not an all-encompassing list, but I'm happy to share that. And I'm also happy to share these slides if you want. Here's my email. You can email me and I can send along my slides. I know some of the things on them might have been a little bit difficult to read.
Hi, I have a question.
Yeah.
Hi. Can you provide a list of some of the books that you've used?
Sure. And I would also, yeah, I can do that. And I can also point you towards AMT's website. I can put the link in the chat because Zoe Levine and Carrie they wrote a blog post listing lots of books, children's books by BIPOC artists to consider implementing. So yes, I can drop those in the chat in just a moment, as well as the link to that blog post. And just kind of before I take another question, if there's time for one. Oh, I see Carrie is just dropping some songs. Thank you. I wanted to say, if you are not already, I would encourage you to follow Annapolis Music Therapy on Instagram or Facebook. That's their tag. They provide so many valuable resources for, just being more actively anti-racist in the resources that you use. Some good, especially if you are wanting to work with kids or want resources for kids. They have some great resources on their social media pages.
I have one last quick question from Facebook. I love that you addressed the cost boundary where the MT is still able to be paid. As a musician, I often struggle between generosity and earning a living.
Yeah, so I believe so. I don't want to speak out of turn. I believe that was part of the considerations in the budgeting. I know that that was something that came up in the conversation, whether the MTBCs, the two of them that were involved, would be donating their time or if they would be paid for that experience and for that time. So yes, I believe they were, at least Zoe, I believe, was paid, but yes. So Carrie said in the chat, all MTBCs involved were paid by the company, but 100% of the proceeds still went to RISE.
Awesome. And just last quick thing before we take our break, would you use songs that are from BIPOC artists but were kids bopped, or pick songs as they are that are already kid friendly?
I don't know if I would use like kids bopped. I will say like the songs like Just the Way You Are or the India Ari tune, I changed the words. I changed the lyrics to those songs. I don't know that I would use like a kids bop version of any songs, but I did change like full verses and full like songs, almost just using the same melody or the same chorus. So I would say yes, kind of. I wouldn't recommend using like a kids bop version, but if you are like presenting a song to young children and wanting to remove like profanity or something like that, I think that's fine. Just being really aware of the reason why you were doing that.
I wanted to ask, for during your look for different books on being able to explore different topics for, you know, children and stuff, and like the different ears and the eyes and stuff, were you already exposed to that early on while in music therapy, or did you have to go on a search for those specific books?
I 100% had to search. Yeah, because that's not necessarily something that was addressed in my academic program or even something that I like thought to look for prior to really thinking of some of these specific group topics. But like for next month, when talking about religious expression, looking for books related to that and looking for singable books or books surrounding culture and different cultures, especially. I spent a long time really trying to find the book that was going to be the best fit for that conversation and for that topic. So Google is a really, really handy tool, I will say. So.
Great. Unfortunately, we are officially out of time because we have to move on. But thank you so much, Naomi, for your presentation. Any other further questions, please feel free to email to Naomi directly.
And I just put my email in the chat as well. I know it was on my slides, but feel free to email me with any further questions. Thank you all so much.
Thank you. All right, we're going to take our hourly screen break. So go ahead. We'll come back at 3 o'clock for Dane Wagner's presentation. See you all soon.
Naomi, that was an awesome song that you shared.
Thank you.
I'm definitely going to check that one out.
All right, Dane, let me know when you're ready to go.
Yep, I'm ready.
All right, welcome back again, everyone. Moving on to our next presentation, we have Dane Wagner. Dane is a music therapy student at Montclair State University and an intern at the Rebecca School in New York City. Dane has worked with people in the autism spectrum since 2012 as a teacher, paraprofessional, an ally, and advocate alongside autistic individuals. So everyone welcome Dane.
Hi, everyone. Thank you guys for having me. All right. Just give me a second to set my screen. And away we go. Cool. Autism does not discriminate. It can affect any and every culture, and with all cultures, there are intersectionalities and marginalized groups which are often put to the wayside, and there needs to be change. 2020 has been a year of great reflection. Some of us have taken a deep introspective look into our privileges, our statuses, and our biases. For those who have taken that dive, keep going, keep on learning and lifting the voices of those who've been marginalized. I am by no means an expert in autism, cultural biases, privileges, or intersectionality. I'm a cis male who's benefited from the privileges that society has given me, but I have taken a deep look into something that I am much more knowledgeable in, which is myself. I encourage you all to do the same, to help uncover, unlearn, and look beyond how we could see how we can use music therapy with autistic people, but how we can become more aware of power dynamics, implicit social biases, and autism acceptance. So, who am I? Smiley face. My name is Dane, as I've mentioned before. My identifiers him, he, and his. I'm a white, cis, male, middle-class, educated, able-bodied, and neurotypical. My experience, as I mentioned before, I've done pretty much anything and everything. We're working with the autistic community, and I've learned something different each time. It's just something really that has made a deep change in my life. But more about myself is that I'm committed to lifelong learning. I stand in solidarity with BIPOC and marginalized groups. I'm committed to unlearning and educating myself, and I do not know the lived experiences of BIPOC or autism, but I am aware of how I've benefited from society. And this kind of motto that I've taken over for myself has been listen, lift, and learn, which will be a common theme in this presentation. So why am I doing this presentation? As you've heard before, I am a student interning at the Rebecca School, which is located in New York City. So it's a big place with different cultures and different lived experiences. And my goal is to become more culturally aware and to be more in the loop of the lived experiences of clients and have the tools and resources so that I can provide the best for them. And in addition to that, I'm an advocate alongside autistic people. I'm aware that I cannot speak on behalf of autistic people, but I can provide insight and provide support when I can. And that autistic children and families need the support. Intersectionalities live within, even in the autistic population, and autism does not discriminate, and that has an impact on any and every culture. With that, every client is so different, so it is imperative that we are aware of how our presence and role plays a part in our therapeutic session and how it affects each session. So these are some terms to go over. Biases, which is the tendency, inclination, prejudice towards something or someone. So this is what you could have learned from someone that could be negative or untrue. And marginalized, which is a marginal position within a society or group, and where you fall in society. If it, in addition to that, there's autism acceptance, which is embracing and valuing autistic people as autistic people instead of being afraid of them or having low expectations or trying to find ways to make them not autistic. And that is from the Welcome to the Autistic Community from the Autism Acceptance website. and the autism spectrum, which is a complex lifelong developmental disability that can appear in early childhood and can impact a person's social skills, communication, relationship, and regulation. Each case is so different, so it's makes it varying condition, varying degrees in it, and it's where that child or adult may fall under in that spectrum. So we're going to take a little look into theoretical differences between cultural humility and cultural competency. This is not my chart. This is from a study that I posted at the end of my presentation about physical and OT therapists and their observations with cultural humility and cultural competencies. But what it looks into is cultural humility, which is the lifelong oriented approach to working with people with diverse cultural backgrounds and recognition of power dynamics in healthcare. So it's an evolving type of process that lets us learn more about cultures, checking our own biases and expectations, as well as differences within each culture. And it respects the cultural's beliefs, ideas, and behaviors. Whereas cultural competence doesn't do that. It looks more towards the knowing of the culture and provides this kind of expert type lens with it. But what that could cause is indirections in healthcare can provide an unintentional increase of sense of powerlessness, and powerlessness can create a negative effect on health. What that does is set this kind of precedent of, oh, I know this culture, and that I'm not listening to you because I know this. And what this does and how it affects therapy is that it removes empathy out of the equation because you're not able to see where they're coming from, and that it could view cultures for its novelties rather than its rich, complex life experiences. You can never truly know the lived experiences of an individual, and the pursuit of knowledge and respect from cultures is important when working with clients. So our roles as therapists and facilitators, well, this kind of idea that I coined was the therapist perspective, and it's being prepared to be prepared to face most situations. So hopefully by knowing these, we come a little bit better suited for what might come up in sessions. Some of which would include the dynamic, which is the therapeutic relationship is a strong predictor of therapeutic change, and that to trust within the therapist to help the client move and grow. To that, in addition, is implicit bias, which is the attitudes or stereotypes that affect our understanding, actions, decisions, and unconscious manner. And what to think about in sessions is how our biases can affect sessions and what might come up for us during sessions. In addition to that is how do we check those biases? And we can do that by seeking higher education or developing a team with trusted individuals. It's okay to ask for help, with professionals, and to reflect on sessions with those trusted individuals. We can also take a look at critical theory, which is to bring awareness to forms of power and oppression and create an impetus and environment for social action. And that is from Sue Hadley, my mistake. It encourages us to become more aware of how social inquiries and structures can help therapists create opportunities for self-growth and reflection, and helping clients reach their own freedom and humility. So, working with individuals with autism. To get a better understanding of that, autism is a developmental disability that can cause significant social, communication, and behavioral changes. It can look different from person to person, and these challenges and strengths can be vastly different, so it's hard to diagnose and classify. And as a result of that, there's no cookie cutter approach. What might work for one client might not work for another. So it's being aware of that and keeping that in mind. So autism and its culture. There's a very famous quote by an advocate for autism named Stephen Shore, and he says, if you met one person with autism, you met one person with autism. And what that looks at is the individual differences and the societal problems that an individual with autism might face. As I mentioned before, there's no cookie cutter approach. Everyone is different. And what those differences might look like is hyper or hypo stimulation. What are they taking in from the outside world? Their sensory diet, so what they need to regulate or to stimulate to keep them engaged. Sensory overloads, what stigma they may face outside of comfortable environments, and the lack of supports that they might face outside of school. And we can advocate for acceptance and change by letting their voices be heard and providing opportunities for their voices to be heard. This is kind of a concept of what the autism spectrum might look like. We hear this term a lot. Oh, my child is slightly autistic or low functioning, and what this suggests is that there's more involved into it. There's different challenges that a child with autism might face, such as pragmatic language or monotropic mindset or sensory processing, and they may not have issues in other areas. So individuals with autism might look more like this, where it's where they may lack in other areas and there may be strengths in the others, or vice versa. So so what can we do during sessions? What can we look at during sessions? You can look at the families and what strengths or obstacles come up during sessions, such as healthcare, being aware of challenges that different groups of people might face, such as African American and Hispanic families, of those of low-income households reporting lower quality of care, as well as misconceptions and improper diagnosis, which can put children at a disadvantage. It's looking at how minority children's difficulties with aggression could become the focus of their clinical encounters, with other issues such as depression, anxiety, or gastrointestinal issues not being addressed. It can look like accessibility, and knowing that African American children were 2.6 times less likely than white children to receive ASD diagnosis on their first specialty care visit, or knowing that children of Hispanic and African origin foreign-born children and children born with foreign mothers were likely to be diagnosed later than white children. It's knowing the family dynamic, so who's involved with their lives and what could that look like during session. Knowing things like the music, like what does that role play in their household? Do they have preferred artists? Do they incorporate music in their everyday life, like house bands and sharing music? It's knowing the lived experiences of the clients, such as what judgment calls have been made on their child's behavior, checking our own biases, and organizing and supporting creative opportunities to reduce stigma and shame. This is kind of going back to Naomi's presentation, looking at the cultural awareness in music. So this is what we can do. What we can be in control of is how we set up and how we prepare for our sessions, and we can do that by knowing the songs to the best of our abilities to avoid any contraindications during sessions. It's knowing the cultural significance of instruments. So what instrument am I playing, and am I respecting that instrument? Is what is the origin behind it, and honoring it, as well as listening to the stories of the artists who wrote the songs, in addition to being mindful of the lyrics and how that might reflect the lived experience of the artist. Learning more. So this is kind of like the extra work to do outside of session. This isn't what you might bring as a music therapist, but what you may study outside, which is learning more about the stats and diagnoses as well as biases within treatment. It's knowing that Black parents report fewer concerns about societal problems, repetitive behaviors than other autistic features other than more than white parents do. It's knowing the language barriers and how that might contribute to different families. as well as intersectionality, learning the lived experiences of the marginalized groups and autistic communities, and knowing what programs such as the Greater Expectation Teachings and Advocacy Center are doing to help out older individuals with autism. And it's knowing about the lived experiences of autism, so hearing their stories through engagement, through community work, and to read and watch about the lives with autistic people. There are so many different movies on Netflix and Hulu that you can check out. Some of my favorites are Wizard Mode, Love on the Spectrum, Autism in Love, and Atypical. These are just a few suggestions, but there's so much to explore just within that. And it's knowing what the field is doing for this population. So it's knowing the differences between autism awareness and autism acceptance, as well as what an individual with autism might identify themselves with, such as do they identify as autistic people or people with autism. It's knowing about challenges such as bullying and post-21, what happens when they're outside of school, and banning the use of the R word. So, how can we use music and music therapy? Well, we can do that through what I have come across at my internship site. What they use is the DIR floor time model, and what it is the developmental individual differences and relationship based model. And this is a quote from Dr. Carpenti, which is, the model seeks to facilitate social communication skills via affect relational experiences that are based on the child's interest in order to foster engagement, relatedness, communication, and high-level thinking that is symbolic, abstract, and within a social context. What this does is that it focuses on the social, emotional relationship of an individual. This approach with floor time, which is bringing that model into the engagement, takes the child's lead and develops a relationship and social skills through play, through the shared world of the facilitator. So you as the facilitator are helping the child grow and reach goals. And the quote from one of the originators, Dr. Greenspan, who made this approach, says that the ultimate goal for entering it's the ultimate goal to enter in their shared world, to help them be empathic, creative, logical, reflective individuals. So more into it is this is the DIR floor time explained abridged version, and you can find more references and resources about this on online. I provided QR codes at the end of the presentation, which you can scan, and I'm pretty sure it leads to a link to the website, but if not, it's the, I believe I put it towards the end. So what it is it's broken down into 3 parts, and what it is the D, which is the developmental. So this is a child's natural maturing process, and it's working together with the child's environment to help shape the child's development. It looks at things called capacities, which is where they are at developmentally, and where they stay at the moment, like where are their capacities at this time. And they may be still working on skills such as interaction, going back and creating social circles. In addition to that, with capacities, is that they may even reach that goal, but it may be for a certain setting. But I'll get back to that as I explain the capacities. The individual, which is the I, which is every child is unique physical, neurological, communication, motor, and sensory processing patterns. And as I mentioned before, if you met one person with autism, you met one person with autism. So moving down, the things to consider is what musical opportunities does that individual have, what might they understand or track during sessions, and how can we pair their language, visuals, or motor skills. What are the child's offering, and what challenges and strengths do they have, and how can we bring that into the music? And then we can take a look at the relationship, which is the parent-caretaker relationship, which plays a vital role in shaping the child's growth. And it's a reflective process with the facilitator and the child's needs. So it's figuring out what's best with them, communicating with the family or the care team to knowing what works best for the child. This is the first capacity. This is the guide to help better understand kind of where they're at, these capacities, and it's at the core levels. The first one is self-regulation and attention. So this is what an individual might take in the sights and sounds of the world. This shows up at around 0 to 3 months old. So this is where the world is a whole new place. They're out of the womb and they're interacting with the world around them. That's self-regulation. It could be exciting and also a bit stimulating. So it's having that ability to self-regulate and soothe. In addition to that, is to maintain shared attention. So it's creating opportunities in music and music sharing, as well as vestibular or tactical input. Vestibular is more motion-based and tactile is more grabbing, sensory, and regulation and creating shared interest in the world around them. So that may look like listening and looking in the music and to keeping shared attention with you as the therapist or the caregiver or parent. The next capacity is engagement and relating. So this is how you self-regulate, and this is very difficult because this one's ever changing. What might work for a child at 5 years old might not work at 7, or if they've mastered the skill, like, oh, if I'm having a difficult time in school, I can at least go to the corner where I know where the beanbag is. Well, what happens when that beanbag is being used, or if they're in a different room and that's not there? So it's learning how to regulate, at this stage. In addition to that, it's relating to others. So it's what the client is giving you and what is the therapist giving the client and how are they sharing and creating interaction. And with that, it's how can we make that musical? What are they giving us that we can incorporate in the music making for like improvisation or song suggestions? And it's learning to establish intimacy with parents and caregivers. So it's following their lead, establishing a relationship, and opening and closing circles in music. The third capacity is two-way purposeful communication. And this one's interesting because for some individuals with autism, they may not have the verbal capabilities. They may have communication in a different way. So what does dialogue look like with someone with limited speech? And it's using music to answer questions that the clients are responding to. Way back when this started, a music therapist said that every time the therapist creates a musical idea or offers a musical phrase, it is an invitation for a child to respond, a question for the child to answer. So that is offering something musical for them, taking that in and then responding. Those are opening and closing circles, but that's also up here engaging in that communication. But communication isn't just verbal. It can look like movements, gestures, emotional signals. What is it that they're telling you that doesn't have to be with words? In addition to that, it's engaging in their interests as they are learning how to initiate and take lead. This is where they're starting to build that autonomy and free thinking for themselves, which is encouraged in the music. What they're giving you, how do you amplify that? How do you put sound to what they're giving you? It's the back and forth and to elaborate on those musical ideas. The fourth capacity is using communication and shared problem solving. So this is building upon those skills that have already been established. It's using your own ideas as the therapist instead of just following the lead of the client. So that's throwing a chord that they're not expecting and seeing how they might respond. And in addition to that, that is problem solving, and how does an individual solve that problem? In addition to that, much more complicated emotions might show up, like anger, to express themselves. Like if I can't say what I need to say, I can at least use my emotions to do that. And for that, it's also just elaborating on musical ideas. So if something happens where the client is needs to stimulate, like self-regulate, and they're jumping up and down, and they're not sitting with you on the screen if we're on Zoom. It's using that motion, that up and down in the music, maybe playing chords a little bit more staccato, or holding only a note in the chord and just playing it rapidly so you can match that, what they are giving you. Capacity 5, this is kind of building off that idea of taking something that they're giving you and elaborating on it. It's using symbols and creating emotional ideas. So this is at my site, we don't really hit this level. This is for some of the older children, or this is like higher level type of capacities. But what this might look like is using symbols to create emotional ideas. So it could be a soundtrack to what they're feeling, to explore deeply in the music and creating music how that feels or represents. It could also look like if they suggest a song to express how they feel, or vice versa. It could be something that's offered in the song, such as missing someone, or they may not be able to articulate how they feel, but they're sharing the concerns through the music, like playing a song that talks about missing their father. And while they may not have the verbal speech to say it, they're showing you it through the music. So making those types of connections. But it can also get kind of in the meta, and you can take a look at that, like how it's playing in the music. So asking yourself why they made those musical choices, such as the timbre or the instruments or the phrasing or dynamics or emotion. So it's looking into the real nitty-gritty and having that back and forth. The 6th capacity, which is this is kind of like the last one. Like there are 3 more, but they're kind of higher level thinking that I haven't had to use yet, which is logical thinking and bridging bridges between ideas. So that's using 2 or more words to explain what they are feeling, or problem solving, kinetical musical ideas, emotion, and expanding on those ideas, and intentionally playing something. So are they playing the drum very loud because it's like a sensory thing? Like if they're playing the drum and they're really going at it, are they getting a sensory input in their arm, and are they expressing that? Or are they avoiding the sounds of music? Like if they're playing really, really loud, are they blocking me out, my guitar playing, that may not be something that they like, so they're just like creating this sound to block out what I'm offering? Is it engagement? Or and it's asking yourself, why are they playing like that? Important elements in music. This comes up a lot more so in facilitation in improvisation, but that's the use of anticipation, the affect, so it's how you use your voice and the music to make that a connection. Gestures, such as engaging with your hands, facial or body movements, and not giving so much language, just expressing like, through the face. And knowing kind of where your clients are at. Are motions, fast motions, or anything like that may be too dysregulating for your child that you're working with. So it's knowing kind of the speed of where they're at, and it's paying attention to their auditory processing. So is something too loud, and how can you be aware of that, and what signs are they showing you? Are they blocking, or are they avoiding the screen? So it's being aware and kind of having that hindsight to be aware of how your presence is as a therapist and what might be too much for the client. But how is it all connected? So the model focuses on social emotional relationships with an individual. So it's learning who the child is through interaction. What are they offering through the music? And moving up the developmental ladder to reach higher capacities by realizing their potential. So once they meet a certain capacity, it's taking them to the next one, and it's having that shared trust and relationship to do that. So meeting a child where they're at and letting them lead, as well as having the trust for that you as the facilitator or therapist to lead with them. By looking at the individual differences of a child, we can learn their experience, and that can range from cultural, spiritual, racial, emotional, physical, spatial, regulatory, and look at it from a more humanistic lens. This can also help us become more aware of what the child might bring into each session, such as strengths and family dynamics, and what might you avoid, and what types of support they may need or what they might have that comes into session. Becoming more aware of the child's individual differences and honoring them creates a much more cohesive relationship. The therapeutic bond strengthens, and the child becomes more empowered, knowing that their environment where they feel supported and empowered. By respecting their differences, we are respecting who they are and can establish a more meaningful rapport. From there, the child can move up the developmental ladder, which is the D, and have a better idea of the world by helping them navigate through it. Through this process, the client can move and explore through it within the developmental stages, as well as reach different capacities. Autism is much more than the DSM-5 definition, and it looks different from person to person. And through my experience working with individuals in the autistic community, the DIR model really honors those differences. And how can we use that in therapy? Well, the languages in the DIR floor time model really help us become much more aware of where the child's at, and it can take 4 different directions in session, which is the wait, watch, and wonder. So that's being patient, and it's giving the child an opportunity to respond, so that's not hesitating so quickly. Like when you play a chord and expecting them something, it's just giving them a moment to kind of process what's going on in the world around them, and watching the child interact. Moving downward, there's presuming competency. So it's assuming that the person has the competency for thinking, to learn, and to understand, even when you don't have any tangible evidence at this time. So it's just respecting that they can do it and they have the ability to do so. The just right challenge, which is finding what's best way to interact with the child while keeping mind of their individual differences. It's using your relationship about the child to give them those obstacles and challenges that they can meet and that they can surpass. So it's knowing where they are at and presenting those challenges for them so that they can be successful. And the goodness of fit challenge, which is it's being aware of where they're at and honoring where they're at and challenging them in the best and in a way that they can succeed. We can take a look at the Bruce's clinical techniques, which is to reciprocate rather than redirect, which is taking the client's input to create the music and exploring, welcoming, and honoring the unique differences of a client. So if a client is stimming or moving their hands or bouncing, how do we use that in the music? And as I mentioned before, we can take the jumping up and down and using that, playing chords in a certain way to use themselves in the music. And it's giving them a medium or container to express themselves through improvisation or in the music making. Like where are they taking us, and valuing who they are and their musical skills. I'd like to go over these 3 techniques of empathy, and if anyone is so brave, would like to volunteer for an improvisation, I can do that as well. Empathy, so that is being empathic in your approach, focusing on the feelings or emotions. It's meeting and reflecting them and through a wide range of expression. Eliciting, so that's intensifying the music through tempo modulation or time signature, and it deepens the experience, and you can explore that through the music. And then redirecting, which is bringing the client back into the music if they may seem like that they're a little dysregulated, or if they're a little bit lost, it's providing some type of structure. Or it could be imposing or creating challenges in the music, such as changing of key, tempo, time signatures, and texture, and bringing awareness into the change of music. So would anybody like to just do a quick 30-second improvisation?
Sure.
Okay, cool. 1 second. I'm going to pause the presentation. We're almost done anyway, but I'm just gonna stop the share so I can see you. And I'm gonna pin you. Cool. So I'm gonna use my guitar. I might use it as a drum or whatever, but whatever you feel comfortable with, you can use, whether it's a piano, guitar, voice, or whatever.
All right, I'll probably just stick to voice.
To voice, that's fine. So we'll begin. Ba ba
Ba ba ba.
ba ba ba. Wahoo. Ba ba ba.
Ba 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 dum ba ba.
Ba ba da ba ba. Ba da ba. Ooh ooh. Ooh 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 ooh. Ba-doo.
Zabba-da-ba.
All right. Well, thank you, Olivia, for sharing that. What was that experience like for you?
It was a lot of fun. Zoom makes it a little tricky just because of the delays. Because then you're like waiting a little bit and the timing is a little bit funky.
Anything in the music that stood out for you?
When you played chords that I totally wasn't expecting, it really got my attention immediately. Especially when you're sliding up with the bar chords at the end there.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, thank you for holding on for all the bar chords. Yeah. So thank you for sharing. Getting back to the presentation. Oh, that's the ending slide. So, kind of sort of a wrap up with the music. When bringing in music, is it something that your client can listen to, that they will listen to? Is it age appropriate? Did they request the music? Is it something that they might identify with? Are we respecting the cultures within the music? And is it a part of their lives? Is it a favorite artist? Or we can do what was before with the improvisation, which is letting the client lead you. So it's taking what they're offering you and expanding it, reflecting upon it. What did you notice in the music? How did your client respond? And expanding upon those musical ideas, and how can you shape the music with them? So it's not just a client-led experience or a therapist-led experience, but it's teamwork and working together. So, in conclusion, we've made it. How can we continue the work? With the information at hand, we can become more aware of the challenges that BIPOC and the autism community faces. Practice what you preach, so looking into and doing in the homework outside, being aware of our dynamics, and be the change that you want to see in the world. We can make a difference in the client's life, so be a leader when you can and use your skills, but also know when to listen, lift, and learn. And how are you putting in the work? How diverse is your news feed? Are you up to date with what's going on with the world? And knowing that this is a lifelong process and that you will make mistakes, but this is how we grow. So thank you so much. this is my email if you have any questions. And I put QR codes of some resources that I think would be helpful, from artists discussing their music to websites that you can go to learn more about what we discussed. And yeah, just keep that up for a second.
Yeah, also, Dane, you have about 10 more minutes. So if anyone has any questions, are you okay to take questions now?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so yeah, y'all can feel free to put any questions you have in the Zoom chat or Facebook Live chat.
And thank you.
So far, just accolades in your face.
Oh, really? Oh, cool.
I had a question. Oh, or Naomi, were you going to say something?
Go ahead.
Cool beans. Anyways, Dane, have you been doing mostly telehealth or in person for your internship at Rebecca School?
Mostly telehealth. I haven't been to this site yet. And from what I hear, New York just like closed down everything. So we're back to square one. Yes. I didn't know.
Hi, thank you. Sorry I was thinking, but I think I'll just ask it this way. Thank you so much, by the way, for your comprehensive and direct presentation. I have two questions, actually. The first being just in being as sensitive as possible to the sound sensitivities and to all of the different dynamic aspects of factors that can impact the way clients respond to interventions. I wondered if you could speak a little bit to how you're going about trying to balance and deal with that over a virtual platform where you can't necessarily control things like lag, things like sound cutting in and out, things like you freezing, a lot of unexpected stimuli.
So for the first part, the sound, I try to take in from what my therapist, my supervisor has suggested, is that it's really taking in what the client's giving you. So if you see any type of indications of like discomfort, such as like avoiding the screen or like, scrunching the face or even covering the ears, that's something that you can be aware of and just trying to tone that back in the music. It's hard to kind of assess like, oh, how loud is my guitar? How loud is my piano? But at the Rebecca School, we take the time to work with the other interns, and we actually practice like, how loud is my guitar? What's the volume look like through that. For the lag and everything else, it is unpredictable. But it's also the DIR model, like the language of DIR, where you wait, watch, and wonder. So it's looking into like what the client's offering you and seeing where they're going to lead you, presuming competence, knowing that they do have the ability. So if there is a lag or if there is any type of latency with the connection, or if it's just like a pause, like they may not have processed, it's just giving it that time and leaving that space for them to respond.
Thank you. I don't know if someone else has another question first before I ask another one. Yeah.
Just a request really quickly, actually, Dane. Someone is wondering if you would be willing to screen share the QR codes for another moment.
Sure. There we go. Oh. All right. any more questions or anything that anyone want me to go over? I know it was a lot.
Really? Hello?
Yes.
Hi. I was just wondering, like you said you're doing telehealth. I was wondering, how did you find a telehealth like internship? Because I realized a lot of the places I'm looking at, they don't offer that. I was just wondering.
When I applied for the Rebecca School, it was sometime in April or May, and things looked like that they would be open and that I would be spending my time in New York, but it just hasn't matriculated yet. So all my sessions, all my sessions have been online because of that.
I got it. Okay. Thank you.
No problem.
We got another question from our Facebook chat. Crystal says, in my experience with telehealth clients working with kiddos with CP and are and on the autism spectrum, having family present during sessions makes a huge difference. Do you have parents, family, or sibling present during your sessions?
Absolutely. Yeah. The DIR model really values that parent interaction. In fact, Dr. Greenspan, who was one of the co-creators of this, would suggest that parents spend 6 20-minute sessions with their child just to be a part of it. So parents are a huge asset. Facilitators are huge. And it works great for the online setting because whatever the child might say, if it wasn't picked up on the online space, at least the parent or someone can help facilitate or provide, or if it's a type of motion, to have that second support. So.
Great. Another question for you from Facebook. It said, can you quickly go over the 6 cap?
The 6th one? Yeah, sure. Give me 1 second. So that is logical thinking and building idea between bridges. So that's making connections within the music and having them reflect upon it. That can look like emotions, and further exploring that and expanding upon those ideas. In addition to that, it looks like what is the intentionality of the playing, whether it's sensory, like they're enjoying it, like they're getting some type of input from it, or are they avoiding it to kind of like, I'm staying in this repetitive drum beat because it's soothing to me, and how they may be engaging with the therapist or whomever.
Great. And then we have time for, I think, one more question from Facebook. It says, what are your thoughts on using person first language versus autistic for individuals on the spectrum who cannot communicate their preference of language used?
Throughout this presentation, I've tried to vary it. I'd say either people in the autistic community or autistic people. It's hard to kind of like define it, but I would ask the person who I'm working with, or who the facilitator, like how might they identify themselves with, whether it's an autistic person or a person with autism. So that's up to them.
Great. And just to follow up, sorry,
That's fine.
and we'll do this as the last question. They actually clarified that they were wondering what all 6, if you could quickly just say what all 6.
Sure. I think if you search up the FADC website, that's probably your best bet with it. But the first one is the shared regulation and interest in the world. The second one is engaging and relating. Third one is two-way purposeful communication. Fourth one is complex communication and shared problem solving. The fifth one is using symbols and creating emotional ideas. And then the 6th one is the logical thinking and building bridges. In the QR codes, it may the I'm sorry, the IDCL website. If you put in that IDCL or FADC, it may link you to the website that would explain them in much more detail.
Okay. Well, thank you so much, Dane, for your time and your presentation. Let's give Dane a round of applause. And then we'll take another quick 10-minute break before welcoming our next presenters.
Double checking, I'm actually all good now.
Wonderful weather we're having.
It already looks dark out my window.
Wait, really?
What time is it where you are?
Dude, it's getting close to 4 o'clock, so.
I still have some sun over here.
See, it's not even 2 where I am.
It's still sunny at Alverno.
Colorado is 57 degrees and sunny, and I think I'm going to go for a walk during the next presentation with a Zoom open on my phone.
That sounds lovely.
To be fair, this room doesn't get any light anyway, so it's not much of a change, but...
It says it's very windy on the west side of Michigan and also very sunny. 72 in Omaha. Wow. That's like Colorado last week, but of course it snowed 2 days before that. So
Colorado is just weird. Not to offend you, but man, weird place to live.
It's true.
I'm from Oklahoma, and then I moved here, and Oklahoma is so much weirder with the weather, so I'm loving it.
We had a 60-degree temperature change within 24 hours.
That's nuts.
And snow.
I always think Wisconsin's weird, but it's just kind of bitterly cold here for like 2 months, and that's about it.
Yeah, but it fluctuates quite a bit though, so I wouldn't say that it's completely normal. I don't like Wisconsin because it's not normal, but
I love Wisconsin.
I've lived here almost my whole life.
We got cows. What else can we need?
And you haven't seen?
That I haven't seen? Ooh, things in the chat.
Yeah, so I'm asking where everyone's from.
Good job, Naomi.
Florida,
community.
Southern California.
Well, we have someone who said they're coming from, was it Rwanda, or where did they say?
Yeah.
You're zooming in from?
It was in the Facebook.
Facebook
Live. Yeah, someone's joining us from Rwanda, which is so cool.
That's so cool. Oh,
that's amazing.
Guys, look at our little blessings.
And see people in our Facebook chat saying Rwanda, it's 80 degrees Fahrenheit, but feels cold. Imagine that feeling cold. Someone from Indiana.
Indiana. Man, your internet is so much better than mine, Naomi, because you're getting all. I'm like trying to facilitate.
It's a champ, that's for certain.
You've got phenomenal internet. Alverno's doing its best. It's fine.
Believe it or not, it's 63 in Chicago for a change.
Hey, no, it's nice today. I don't
Yeah.
really know. I don't know what we were at. What is the weather? Instead of stepping outside.
Wow, I also seen so many locations in the Facebook chat. Lots of people from Utah, it looks like.
It's very cool.
In Kentucky?
That's a California, folks.
Arizona?
Midwest people. Oh, and Denver.
Anybody from Atlantic City? Yeah, holy California, Batman.
Well, Jeff, well, it's 63 down by you. I'm about 4 hours away and I am at 40 degrees. So
See, what a difference.
It's 62 in Milwaukee.
Oh.
I don't know what's going on up here. I'm done with it.
We're just slightly cooler than you, Jeff.
Yeah, just slightly.
Connecticut.
Mm-hmm.
Piscataway, New Jersey. Whoa.
Oh, it looks like, so it sounds like a lot of the people from Cali are from CSUN. That's cool to see so many folks from the same university.
Oh. It's cool. Man, California sounds, at least the sunshine sounds nice. I don't know. Are the fires done in California or are they still going?
Ooh, somebody asked if we can make a map with everyone's answers. I think that would be pretty cool.
We should try. Maybe
That
post
would be-
on social media. I think that would be fun.
I mean, we have documentation in our Facebook live stream at least, and now we've set everything aloud.
Yeah, and the chat gets saved too, so we can. I think that's something we can do.
That's
Oh
what
my
I
god!
said.
Yes.
It's a great way to report who participated in passages.
Yeah.
Who suggested that? Your name's going on a plaque. Northern Illinois. Michigan.
Cool.
And Facebook says a map is a great idea! Exclamation point.
Agree.
All those in favor. All those opposed. Those abstained. Nobody, because voting's important.
You didn't hear me, but I said the ayes have it. Here we go.
I knew we could.
Forgot I was muted.
Look, someone from Alaska.
Oh, fire. I got my response. The fires in California are done for the most part, but they have continued. Oh boy.
Also, Samantha, I'm having a chuckle over your message. Samantha says, sorry, those angry and sad faces on our Facebook Live are thanks to a toddler son participating, which is so fun. The joys of doing conference at home.
That was so funny.
All right, so it looks like we have a couple more minutes, but our next presenters are group, and I see 3 of the 4 ready to go. So we'll get started in just a couple. Oh, all 4.
They're
So
all
we'll get
here,
started in just 2 more minutes, or I guess 1 more minute to give folks a chance to stretch their legs and everything.
Grace,
Yes.
I passed the piano final.
Me too. Okay, focus, Jaden.
All I heard was I passed the piano final. I'm like, the greatest achievement. That's worth celebrating, man. That is an achievement, man.
We had a piano final in the middle of passages, so we had to quickly like walk away for like 10 minutes.
So much stress. It's fine.
Okay.
How do you make a piano final more challenging? You just put it in. Oh man.
Oh, it's fine. We pass.
All right, everybody, we're going to go ahead
Focus.
and get started again. So our next presenters are a group of students, a group of alumni from Florida Gulf Coast University. And we have Chelsea, Caneel, please correct me if I'm mispronouncing your name, Lily Zhu, Megan Rooney, and Brandon Summers. So join me in welcoming them as they head into their presentation.
Thank you, Naomi.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Chelsea, you can go ahead and take the lead.
All
We'll just
right.
go ahead and
Hello,
get going.
everyone. Thank you so much for joining us today. My name is Chelsea, and I'm joined by...
Hi, guys. I'm Megan Rooney.
I'm Brandon. Hello.
I'm Lily.
And we are all FGCU alumni, and we just finished our internships. I finished in July. And so I'm going to take the lead today, and I'm currently sitting in sunny Florida. I'm from St. Pete, and it's a good 75 degrees here. I've been seeing some people talk about where they're from, so just wanted to share that. And let's go ahead and get started. I'm going to pull up my presentation here. All right, can everyone see this? Okay, cool. Just want to make sure. All right, so like I said before, my name is Chelsea Caneel, and today I'm going to talk about my hospice music therapy internship that I did from January 2020 to July 2020. And let's go ahead and get started. So today I'm going to discuss a few points, the population and location of my internship life before COVID-19, the intern daily outlook during a pandemic, some hardships that I experienced, positive learning outcomes and self-care methods, and the conclusion. So for my internship, I was responsible for hospice of all ages, and I was placed at Vitas Healthcare in Palm Beach County, Florida. And great experience and great location as well. So my internship life before COVID-19 was pretty standard. We began face-to-face internship orientation the first week that I was there back in January, and I shadowed all hospice disciplines, including home health aides, nurses, social workers, a music therapist, and a chaplain. I also shadowed an intern in private and group sessions, and I learned documentation methods that were standard for the population and the agency. And I received a full patient caseload of about 40 plus patients in the beginning. And I would say I was given that probably a month into the internship. And my supervision was once a week in person at the office. And that was pretty standard any day that I was available to meet with her, juggling all sorts of different things, we were able to meet. And I began driving to private and group sessions independently, probably, I would say, about a month into it, pretty soon after I received my full caseload. My intern daily outlook during a pandemic looked quite different. And what I mean by that is we were refused entry at all facilities for individual and group sessions, as well as private homes. And this occurred very quickly. In the state of Florida, we were working in the field one day, and there was a government mandate that was produced one evening, and then we were refused entry at every single facility, every single private home the following day. And there was a complete shutdown. So it was a pretty drastic and scary thing that happened. And living away from home, that was a little bit difficult to navigate. But Along with being refused, we also had to learn new documentation requirements because we wanted to continue services for our patients and their families, but it was going to take on a whole new context because we weren't going to be out in the field in person anymore until further notice. April 1st was the first day that I was sent home to work from home until further notice. And like I said, completely different daily outlook for an intern. And I did trainings on telemedicine and what that looks like in the hospice context. And that was in the context of every single discipline, not just music therapy. I was learning how every single discipline was operating during the pandemic. And it was pretty new for everybody. So it was difficult to deal with at first. But I also attended interdisciplinary group meetings via Zoom calls. So I was working from home, and supervision was still once a week, but over the phone and on Zoom. And I drove to the office 1 to 2 times per week to turn in notes. It just kind of depended on what was happening that week, but it was a requirement for me to do that. And telemedicine visits I did with 20 patients per week. And that turned out to be 4 patients per day. And working from home, I was able to manage that very easily. So of course, internship isn't easy without a pandemic, and then we throw in COVID-19, and there were some hardships that came along with that. Again, no longer able to do face-to-face sessions. That was really difficult. Slightly smaller caseload at first. As we were navigating all of the things that were happening, the caseload shrunk down temporarily. There were some technical difficulties we dealt with, Wi-Fi and broadband connection issues. There were no more group or individual sessions in facilities and private homes. And we also experienced some staff members who were apprehensive to assist with continuing music therapy services over the phone due to not having enough manpower. And we experienced this mostly in facilities because there were so many moving pieces in these places. And to have somebody hold up a phone to be able to still facilitate a session was a little bit difficult at first. We eventually got there, but it was a challenge at first. And I also had to overcome a very, very difficult housing situation at first. So that was rectified about midway through the internship, but that was a definite hardship to overcome. And with hardships, there's also positive learning outcomes. And here are just a few. Ability to still build wonderful rapport with patients and family members. This was so important to me to be able to do. And thankfully, even though we had a pandemic going on, that ability to still build that rapport was there. Learned new and creative ways to present music therapy services over the phone and on Zoom. Lots of experimentation going on with that. I learned telemedicine techniques from other hospice disciplines through those interdisciplinary meetings. And we also included different ways to troubleshoot because there were a lot of issues we had to work through. I was able to continue internship and stay safe at home, which meant a lot to me. And living away from home, it meant a lot to my family to know that I was safe and not being put in harm's way. So that was great. And I completed all internship requirements with little to no difficulty, such as patient case study, final presentations, and documentations. And again, being able to complete those things at home safely in a positive learning environment was just another reason why this is on the positive learning outcomes list. So one thing that became a priority to me and was highly emphasized by my clinical supervisor was self-care. And for me, I put a whole new name to self-care. And the first thing on the list was renting a convertible against my parents' wishes, but very therapeutic for me to be able to do that. And I really enjoyed it. I started bike riding, and songwriting became near and dear to me. I had done some in the past, but just being able to put my thoughts down, it became a very cathartic experience for me to do that. And getting my hair and nails done, meditating, home projects with my new landlord, which was nice, Zoom calls with family members. Again, being away from home, I was still able to maintain those connections, focusing on goals, making to-do lists. I'm a very organized person. Didn't used to be, but in my adult life, I've had to learn new things to do that. And calling old friends and making new connections virtually meant a lot to me. And I was able to do that during my internship as a self-care method. And in conclusion, internship was not easy. And then throwing in a pandemic, it became even more difficult. And all of a sudden we had to learn telemedicine, and that became a new way of life. And mental health and self-care were a priority, and it was emphasized to me time and time again. If you're having a hard time, be good to yourself. Positive affirmations, telling yourself that you're going to make it through this. So I also learned new avenues to execute top quality care for my patients and their families, and that again meant a lot to me. I discovered a new community of people with like-minded goals, and just talking with my clinical supervisors and also other people who were in the field experiencing the same difficulties. That was really great to find new people. And I was able to overcome seemingly impossible challenges. I tried my very best to maintain a positive attitude, which was difficult at times, but again, so worth it in the end. And I was able to achieve success despite a pandemic. And at the very end, I was able to graduate finally after many years of trying to get my degree. I finally have it sitting so nicely on my desk, and I'm so glad for the opportunities that I was given to be successful as a music therapy intern. And now I'm studying for my certification, and I'm really excited to get out there and officially practice as a clinician. So thank you so much, everyone, for this opportunity, and I'm going to send it over now to my next colleague.
All right. Hi, everybody. First and foremost, thank you, Chelsea. That was great. My name is Megan Rooney. I'm from Stuart, Florida. I saw someone said in the chat that they're from Jupiter, so that's exciting. We're kind of neighbors. I'm working right now at a private practice in Jupiter, so that's kind of cool. So I'm going to be sharing my internship experience during COVID-19 in pediatrics. Let me go ahead and share my screen. All right, can you all see that? Okay, cool. So I completed my internship at Golisano Children's Hospital of Southwest Florida. At Golisano, there is one music therapist on staff and one music therapy intern at a time, and we cover all of the floors, and we see both inpatient and outpatient. So a little presentation overview. We're going to go over some pediatric music therapy goals that I focused on in my internship. My internship experience before COVID-19, during COVID-19, as well as hardships and positive learning experiences that I faced, and self-care strategies. All right, so music therapy goals. These are by no means not all of the goals that are used in medical music therapy. These are just ones that I found myself working towards in just about every single session. The first one is supporting pain management. This one is a given for adults and children, but children especially, you know, they're getting a lot of IVs, they're getting a lot of needles, you know, surgeries, port access, things like that. Being able to provide that relaxation and distraction for them during their procedures is really important. You know, we actually got to go in during IV placements and things and be able to distract them from the pain, and it made it a lot easier for the nurses. Promoting autonomy and control. This is by far the most common goal that I work towards in the hospital. Again, for adults and children, you don't have a lot of control in this environment. You know, you don't have a lot of independence. Doctors and nurses are telling you what medications you can and cannot take, if you can eat, what you can eat, your daily schedule. You have very little control, especially as a child. Your parents are probably there too, telling you what to wear and what time to wake up and go to bed. And so music is able to provide that independence for them. When applicable, I would try to give the most independence to my patients. So I would let them pick the songs that they wanted to sing or the instruments that they wanted to play if it was appropriate for their goals. Promoting the growth and development of cognitive, language, and motor skills. This was really important. We worked on a lot of academics in the hospital. I saw a lot of NICU graduate babies who have been in the hospital their entire life. And so these environmental factors, like social engagement and things like that, they're lacking. They've grown up in a hospital room. And so it's really important to work on different academics, different, motor skills, things like that. And we were able to co-treat with PT, OT, speech, and child life. Increased coping within the hospitalization. I did a lot of songwriting, especially with the teens, to have them, some self-expression. It's not fun being in the hospital, especially if you're there for a prolonged period of time. So giving them the outlets to express themselves was really important, as well as emotional support for not only the patients, but their families and the nurses and doctors as well. I had a lot of staff come into my sessions and be like, oh, I needed that, or they'd come and participate in the sessions and play a little shaker with the kids. So that was really fun. So my internship before COVID-19, I began my internship in January of 2020. Just like Chelsea's, it was very standard. It was in person, Monday through Friday, 8 to 4:30 p.m. And I had an established routine. In the beginning, I was reading my internship manual, and my supervisor provided me with a Golisano scavenger hunt. So I would go around and I would check things off, where is this room or where is this person, just to kind of get accustomed to the lay of the land. And the timeline for my internship was observation, co-leading, supervised, and then independent. And I did get through all 4 of these stages before COVID hit. We had individual and group sessions. The individual sessions were primarily the inpatient clients that we saw. We did have an outpatient facility. It was right across the street. So my supervisor and I would walk over there once a week and provide group sessions, mainly academic skills for a group of kids over there. Interacting with the nurses and the doctors, like I said, I would go to rounds every morning. I would, be able to give my input when appropriate and just kind of learn that medical terminology and really get accustomed to the hospital. And I was also able to shadow child life specialists. So at Golisano, the child life team consisted of the music therapist and the music therapy intern, the child life specialists and the child life intern, a school teacher, and a technology specialist. And so I was able to shadow them, which was really important because a lot of the times we would co-treat with the technology specialist and the school teacher, working on academics, and even child life during different procedures and things like that. So really being able to understand what they do day to day was really important. So start of COVID, this was mid-March. So my internship paused for about a month. I ended up going home. So I live on the east coast of Florida and my internship was on the west coast. So I had to move all the way back home. And my supervisor and I were kind of in the dark when it came to how to proceed. So I focused a lot on repertoire that I was currently working on when I was in person, as well as alternate assignments from a class that I was taking. So I was able to keep myself busy, but I really wasn't working on anything internship-wise besides repertoire because, like I said, my supervisor and I were just so unsure of how to proceed. There were a lot of unknowns at the hospital. I was thinking, will I be able to return at all? Will I be able to finish my internship? How will I see patients? Because at this time, telehealth was so new, I don't even think I knew what the term was. And so I was thinking, I'm not gonna be able to finish. How am I gonna get all my hours? But my supervisor was not by any means gonna give up on me. So she, figured out a way to make it work. And like I said, I had moved back home. So about mid-April, my internship resumed. So that was about a month, and telehealth began. So new isolations and precautions were put in place at the hospital. And this meant that my supervisor was not able to go into certain rooms. So a lot of the patients that I was seeing prior to COVID, I wasn't able to continue seeing via telehealth because of, they were rule out COVID patients or just those very strict precautions that are still in place at hospitals, one visitor at a time, things like that. And I went from being completely independent to co-leading and observing again, which initially felt like a step back. Like I said, I was completely independent. I was, finally in the routine and in the groove of my internship. And then I had to go back to co-leading and observing because, my supervisor was the one carrying the laptop. She had to be there in all of my sessions. I explored different platforms and interventions. So we were able to, we started on an iPad and we realized that did not work very well. So then we switched to a MacBook and, that's what we're using now and it worked great. We tried different interventions. At first it was really hard. I was like, I have a guitar and an egg shaker at my house. How am I going to get these babies to interact with me on a screen? But we made it work. Expectations and assignments had changed. I had a lot of assignments that I just could not do because I wasn't in person. So a lot of them were changed or just dropped completely. There was a complete change of routine. Moving back home, I was on my supervisor's schedule. So if she had a meeting or she had a client that she had to see immediately, I just kind of had to wait and follow her schedule. And I had a limited caseload. Like I said, a lot of the clients that I was seeing, I wasn't able to see whether they were rule out COVID patients or, their parents weren't comfortable with someone being in the room. There were a lot of different factors. So hardships during my internship, I was unable to complete all hours solely at my site, which in the beginning was kind of scary because graduation was a set date and I needed to finish my internship before graduation to graduate. So it was really scary trying to figure out how I was going to make that work. Interventions were very limited in the beginning. Like I said, I wasn't sure how I was going to use my instruments or use, these different platforms to provide the best client care. The set schedule was uncertain based on supervisor's availability and her schedule. Her day was kind of all over the place. So I just kind of had to follow that. Like I said, certain assignments were dropped. I had a mock interview that I was really excited for, a second case study. My midterm and final were now virtual. So everything had kind of flipped upside down. There were a lot of Wi-Fi troubles. The hospital does not have great Wi-Fi. And so it was really, really, really laggy. And it was hard sometimes, especially with the babies, to keep their attention during sessions. I was unable to physically be with patients, which was absolutely the hardest part. I was unable to complete all of my rotations. I was almost able to complete one. However, I wasn't able to fully complete the NICU, PICU, and HEMONC, which is hematology oncology. And like I said, moving back home, I was on my own for 4 years, living by myself across the state, and then I had to move back home with my parents. So to go along with the theme of this conference, Ingenuity is a skill or cleverness in devising or combining. And these, music therapists exhibit every single day. It's in the nature of the music therapist, but it has been brought out even more so during COVID-19. We as professionals and music therapy students are so adaptable and flexible. And that's what I love so much about this profession is, we're resilient. We, COVID hit and for a split second, we were, kind of what do we do? But we hopped right back into it to provide the best care for our clients. So some positive learning experiences that I had during my internship, navigate utilizing virtual music therapy. This is actually really fun. I got to get really creative through my interventions. Chrome Music Lab is incredible. If you've never heard of it or you have never used it in a session, go check it out. It's a lot of fun. Green screens for guided relaxation, different virtual backgrounds on Zoom are really fun to explore. I was able to observe another music therapist and experience her private practice work to kind of gain some hours to complete my internship. I was able to co-lead, which, like I said, sounded like a step back in the beginning, but it was actually a lot of fun. My supervisor and I had fun creating different co-leading interventions. And being able to still provide services while maintaining the safety of myself and the patients and the families. And safety is the #1 priority, right? So I was just grateful that I was able to continue services. So self-care, I played a lot of music for myself. I did not, playing Twinkle Twinkle Little Star 50 times a day gets very overwhelming and very boring. So I had to play music for myself and music that I liked. Before COVID-19, I utilized the facility resources. We had a facility dog. His name is Dorian. He's right there. He's so cute. So I would cuddle him every day, and he would just be walking down the halls, and he made the kids smile, but he was there for not only the patients, but the staff as well. We also had virtual reality, which was really fun. So I was able to do that, as well as cleaning and journaling are two things that I also do for self-care. So to conclude, navigating a music therapy internship was not easy by any means, but it is doable and you can do it. Telehealth is a hidden blessing that will continue to evolve. And I say hidden in parentheses because it's been here for years. It has been being utilized during COVID-19, but it has expanded so much in the last couple months. And as music therapists and students, we are capable, flexible, creative, and resilient. And if you are in your internship or about to start your internship, you can do it. I believe in you. All we can do is our best. So thank you so much for joining me. If you have any questions, you can ask at the end, or you can email me at meganerooney1@gmail.com. Thank you.
Thank you, Megan, for that awesome presentation. And I love your point about resilience. There's actually a conference by Music Therapy Ed with the theme of resilience. I just love how you tied those points together. My name is Lily. I am a newly board certified music therapist. I'm just gonna pull up my presentation here. I completed my internship at Vitas Healthcare. Me and Chelsea actually were just a few miles away from each other. I did mine in Broward, so my population was hospice. And very similar to her, I also had my orientation in person, and I did all my shadowing in person of the social workers, home health aides, and the music therapy team. So really quickly, this is just a brief overview of what my workday looked like when I was in person, which is going to the office, scheduling my patients for the week, and really like taking the time to drive to and from each facility or home, and planning my day. Every single day was super different because in school, we're kind of just used to going in our school schedule. And now I had like a 40-hour work week. So that initial transition was really difficult. And I brought my patient binders with me and all my documentation paperwork, loading all that stuff. And some of the initial struggles that I had during my internship, like I mentioned, was just the transition to that 40-hour work week. It was really like shocking for my body at first, and I eventually got used to it. Learning the terminology for hospice work, like reading the patient charts and learning all the different diagnoses that you may encounter in hospice, and finding your way through all the different facilities. And the whole area was new to me. It was in Fort Lauderdale, and I'm originally from Orlando. So it was super difficult in the beginning. And one of my self-care things that I like to do is listen to podcasts and read. And this is just a quote from Brene Brown, who is an awesome author and just an awesome person. So I love this quote. It just says, self-compassion is key, because when we're able to be gentle with ourselves in the midst of shame, we're more likely to reach out, connect, and experience empathy. And of course, this is so important during a pandemic as well, because we are so used to being fast-paced, always on the go kind of people. And now the pandemic really slowed us down, but we were able to adapt and be resilient, just like Megan said. So some of the things that I did to help me succeed in my internship, this was via virtual or in person, could apply. The first thing definitely being asking questions when you don't know something. Your supervisor is there to help you and to support you, and it's okay, you're human, you don't know every single thing. So it's totally okay to ask as many questions as you need in the learning process. The second is building your repertoire and doing your research on the history of the pieces that you're going to present to your patients. And this is so important to know the background of the music that you're playing, just like what Naomi brought up, like the history of the piece and knowing what is appropriate and what is not. And the third, bringing your own ideas and personality to the session, as we all have our own theories and backgrounds that we like to apply into our sessions. And the fourth is just being gentle with yourself as you receive feedback, because doing a full-time internship is not easy, and you're going to be given all this information, and it's totally okay to be overwhelmed in the beginning because all of that is new to you, but just be gentle with yourself as you learn and as your supervisor tries to guide you. So this is just a brief overview of the changes that happened with COVID. In March was when we really began to see PPE being implemented, and like wearing masks and taking temperatures. And our music therapy staff had a full training for telehealth to test the sound quality of the instruments and to really see what the sessions would look like for our patients. So we did like mock sessions, and we were able to work from home and have like a tiny office space for the interns, which was really nice. And we got placed in the volunteer department for probably about a week or once a week, just to make packets for our continuous care staff. And then from April to the end of the internship was when I really started getting the hang of telehealth, and I had a full caseload again, which is about like maybe a group a day at least, and then supplemental sessions with individual patients. We had a lot of Zoom calls, and I incorporated like some props in the facilities, like if they were creating crafts or something that they had nearby them, we incorporated that into movement. Like paper plates is one that I remember because they just were creating like things on paper plates, and we used them with a motor activity. And we were also able to do a socially distanced concert, which is really cool. It was for Memorial Day, and that was like the first time we'd seen a patient in months, like in person. So it was just like amazing to see them and to see them smile. And then I had some projects to complete, which I was able to complete. Just to briefly review, my creative project was in collaboration with the Children's Bereavement Center, which is a grief group that was based in Miami, and all of our groups were able to transition online. And I had some middle school and high school kids, and they just loved the online platform. And my project was combining music and art. So we used art that they created in front of them and using like the whiteboard feature on Zoom so that we could create art together. And then for my case study project, I was able to receive funding from the VITAS Community Connection to get an iPad for my patient because the facility just did not have video accessible. And I could tell that she would really benefit from having the video and audio component. And she was able to do a birthday call where I played music with her and her family, and we just had a great time together. So some of the hardships that I experienced during the pandemic that my colleagues have touched on is definitely the isolation and the uncertainty in the beginning. But one of the hardships that was really difficult for me in particular was the increased xenophobia correlated to Asian Americans, and most of the fear that my patients and families were experiencing, and fear within myself as well. The pandemic has just been difficult for many people in a lot of different ways. And as I reflected on my experience of racism, I just began to brainstorm of how I could be more knowledgeable and to really address the issues that are at hand. And it's just a crazy time that all this is coming up. And I just wanted to go over some of the questions that I wrote down about social justice. And these are things that I'm still learning and reflecting upon. The first being, what is our role in the movement to change patterns of systemic racism? How can we facilitate and process conversations regarding racial perspective? And what is the work that needs to be put in to amplify Black, Indigenous people of color's voices? And I really appreciate how in this conference we have been discussing this, and it just makes me feel very hopeful for the future. So these are some of the things that I take into account when I am talking with people about these difficult topics of racism, and just to acknowledge that these conversations can be uncomfortable, but change is uncomfortable. And the only way to move towards where we want to be is to move through that change. So these are just three kind of general things that we could do when we are encountering these difficult scenarios. The first being just to listen to the lived in experiences of the people around you. This could be your colleagues or your friends, your patients' families, and just overall never really knowing what people are experiencing, the biggest thing that we can do is listen with an open mind and an open heart. And the second is to decenter the conversation from yourself and to express empathy to that person that is sharing their story with you. And the last step, of course, that I'm still working on as well is just self-reflection and taking action, always continually educating yourself. This could be through podcasts, books, documentaries on Netflix, really whatever is best for you to learn and to really move towards that change, to be a part of that movement. So thank you guys for listening to that portion. And then I just want to go back and briefly talk about some of the positive learning experiences from my internship. I was able to complete my internship and graduate, and I got my board certification. So everything's looking up in 2020 right now. And the biggest thing was being able to continue music therapy and to really see that it affected our patients in a positive way. And telehealth really is just as beneficial through the computer and in person. And even though we do miss that social connection and seeing someone face to face, just having phone calls with my patients and seeing how appreciative and grateful they were to just talk to someone after months of isolation was just so rewarding. And that's just something I love about hospice work, is connecting with people. And then I just outlined some things for self-care. Mainly, I tried to center it around music therapy professionals, what we're doing to help ourselves be in our best state to help other people. The first is just allowing yourself to experience moments of stillness. I'm saying that as I have barely breathed the whole time I've been presenting. Just being in the moment and really slowing down and taking the time to appreciate kind of this moment that life has given us, to be still and to not be so fast-paced all the time. The second thing is reflecting on your why of why did I pick music therapy? Why did I pick this profession? Or what is that moment when I clicked and I knew, yeah, this is what I want to do for the rest of my life? The third, being aware of your feelings and how that can affect others, as we all have our good and our bad days. Just being aware of that internally and always processing that with yourself. The fourth is advocating for yourself and your needs. And the fifth is seeking therapy. We are therapists and we know how beneficial therapy can be. So if that is something that will help you, there is nothing better that you could do for yourself than to get the help that you need. We cannot give with an empty cup, as I would like to say. So thank you all for listening. That is all I have. I put my email on the screen if you have any additional questions, but I'm so grateful to be presenting with all these wonderful people and all my wonderful colleagues, and thank you so much.
Thanks, Lily. That was great. It's funny you were saying to slow down because I'm about to talk faster than I have probably in my life in this 12 minutes here. So I'm going to get right to it. Share my screen. 2020 was quite the year, as we all know. We all had our separate challenges for sure. I'm just going to go ahead and play a quick video. I'm Brandon, and I interned at A Place to Be in Middleburg, Virginia, and I'm just going to share a little video. And please let me know if the audio is not working.
Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open. Go for it. Yeah. Yeah! Woo! Patrick!
Boom. Woo! Oh my goodness. There you go. They could be a little more autistic, just like me.
right, so that is a place to be. Yeah, I threw that video together so we could have a little insight into what we're doing here. Here's some other pictures of some performance opportunities that we had. Up at the top left, we have our stroke survivors, and they are performing on stage there. And I've been with the group, and they're a ball. They're great to be with. Right in the middle on the top there to the right of the stroke survivors, we have A Will to Survive. That was a musical about teen mental health and suicide prevention. And that was actually performed at the Kennedy Center. And then I just have a few other pictures and laid in through here of just different performance opportunities, which brings me to my next slide here, a place to be. We have a performance model, if I dare say. And our recitals, they really give our clients like an outlook for self-expression and connection and a safe space to express themselves, right? And it's also an outlet to just feel validated and loved. And I think even maybe more importantly, sometimes it offers a chance for the audience to have their own perception transform, which is also really, really, really cool to see and witness. We have a humanistic philosophy here, and through my internship, that became very evident. And just dealing with the clients and dealing with the music therapists and my supervisors, and just watching everyone instilling with the clients the knowledge that they are capable of achieving their best self, and having a supportive environment that was conducive to that. So we served a lot of different populations. I particularly, every population listed here was on my caseload. So quite a variety there, which was also a really great experience. I did some groups, did some private sessions. In fact, one group I led called YAG, Young Adult Group, was a highlight of my experience. So it was a group of young people. They had come together. They were dealing with various life challenges. Some of them had visual disabilities, some not so much, just a variety of different things, visual impairments, cerebral palsy, but they're all adults, and they're all just really trying to navigate through life. So I went home and wrote a chorus called I Can Navigate Through Life, and I brought it, and they liked it, and then we encouraged them to write verses. And what you see here, oh yes, and we're on site in schools and in the hospitals as well. And what you see here is a video of them singing. Hopefully that's not too loud. And this is unedited, their exact words. And we're rehearsing it for the recital at the end of the year. Adult skills. So that was something that we got together and wrote, and we're rehearsing in the hopes of performing it at our end of the year recital at a place to be. And all of a sudden, something called COVID-19 shut our world down pretty abruptly. And the halls that were filled with children screaming and laughing and drums banging and pianos clanging it all went silent. And it was really, really tough to come to terms with right away. But you know, we quickly got together as a team, and really we assessed what could we do to still serve our clients, especially now that they're impacted by this pandemic, and how could we still give them the same performance opportunities without the stage and without the lighting and set design and all these things that we had. So another video here is kind of going through all the hard work from the A Place to Be team. We were able to transition our entire direct service programming onto an online platform in only only 3 weeks. And as interns, we worked on interventions independently and in collaboration with a therapist to support our clients that were grappling with isolation and anxiety about their futures. And a place to be delivered these services to our current client base, but also hundreds of public school children throughout the special needs program and their families throughout our county, ultimately delivering close to 1,000 hours of therapy every month. So it was just great to witness that as an intern, to really see how, in fact, a organization could transition and really still strive to give optimal service to our clients. So I learned a lot. Coming from a film and theater background, I was able to kind of use a little bit of my knowledge to help facilitate the digital turn, but there was numerous learning opportunities. First, when we first heard it announced, we were shutting down for a few weeks. I took a lot of that time to just become proficient with Zoom and Logic or GarageBand, whatever you may use. Chrome Music Labs, as I think Lily mentioned, it's super fun. And I just spent time really just becoming just better at that stuff, because I wanted to prepare before sessions came back so that I could focus on the client instead of the technology. And then there was plenty of advantages. As you know, we talk about a lot of the disadvantages to this whole Zoom thing. One of them is Zoom fatigue. So as we know, during an in-person conversation, a lot of it is nonverbal communication. So our brains are listening to some of the words, and then we're filling in the gaps with the nonverbal communication. And that kind of brought on this new term, Zoom fatigue, right? Because we have to emote more, and the Zoom takes away our naturally ingrained ability to communicate nonverbally sometimes, so it taxes our brain even more so. And then that loss of nonverbal communication I found difficult sometimes, because say my client was like picking his fingernails, or she was picking her fingernails, right? I may change what I was about to do and say, let's do a breathing exercise or something to ground the client, right? And before moving on to the next thing. On Zoom, it might be out of the frame, right? So we have to be looking at other things. And someone actually mentioned already, maybe, you're going to see them put their hands up to their ears if it's too loud or whatever. So we just have to be more aware of some of that. And then there's technical difficulties. And with that, I say good luck. There's some advantages to Zoom. There was a study done that people with neurological difficulties, some people with atypical brains, those on the autism spectrum disorder, they actually have found that they could be more focused over Zoom and have decreased anxiety. So, the disadvantages stick out like a sore thumb, but let's focus on what is good about teletherapy. People with autism, they tend to have a difficult time with a lot of people and speaking live, in conversations with a lot going on, and there can be sensory overload. Well, on Zoom, we have this thing called latency. So we have this lag that some of us experience today. And though that's not great when you're trying to jam with your fellow client or music therapist, it is kind of a placeholder and to tell you like when it's your turn to talk, right? So they found that, and I have found in my experience working with those on the spectrum, that they actually kind of naturally know when to chime in a little bit better on Zoom. You may have found that as well, maybe not. Also, utilize the chat. It's super practical, kind of a thing. But a lot of the clients would be a lot more vulnerable in the chat box, and they wouldn't be able to verbally express sometimes what they were thinking, but through the chat box, they were able to say things that people that have worked with them for several years had never heard before, because now they have this chance to express through the chat box. And that was actually kind of a profound realization for me, that something that I viewed before as kind of decreasing the in-person connection could actually provide more vulnerability and help build rapport. Your client can control your pointer, if that is appropriate for the session. So you can give them some independence and choosing some songs and things like that. And that's all capable through Zoom. And you can reach anyone with an internet connection. Real quickly, some general kind of pandemic things. I learned really quickly I needed to leave more time and not be afraid to just leave space, right? I had a tendency to give this verbal affirmation all the time. Okay, And when I was listening to it back, when I was kind of recording for documentation purposes, I said to myself, that's annoying. And not only that, it's not conducive to the therapeutic process. So don't be afraid to leave space. That's what I had to learn right up front. And also understanding your client's diagnosis. I had a client on the spectrum that I utilized like an abstract kind of metaphor in one of the sessions, and then I realized afterwards that that client is not quite at that formal operational stage. They're more at the concrete operational stage, as we say. So that hasn't really realized the ability to use metaphors and things. So super obvious, know your client as an individual, their diagnosis as an individual, and that goes into also understanding their cultural background. And this year we have learned perhaps we've realized more than ever this year how important that is. And it's my ethical obligation, not only as a citizen, but as a music therapist, to research, to educate myself to the best of my ability before I walk into the therapy room, right? And not a minute later. And then educating myself on that individual as well, once I'm face to face with the person, right? So yeah, thank you so much for listening and being a part of it. I can say on behalf of the rest of my colleagues here, it was our honor to present today. I'm going to stop sharing my screen, and I think that's all we got. Maybe some questions if we have time. I'm not sure though.
We can maybe take a couple questions for a couple minutes before we take a quick break. I know there was one on Facebook earlier that I think was targeted towards Chelsea's portion. Why was housing hard, and how did you change it around?
Oh gosh, that's a bombshell. So I had an interview with a lady that I had found on one of those housing apps, roommate apps, and I didn't know anybody in Palm Beach County, so I had to find something very quickly. So found this lady on this app, went down and interviewed with her. She seemed normal, and turned out she was very mentally unstable. And I was kind of in a dangerous situation. I considered leaving in the middle of the night. It was a mess. But that was the reason it was hard. And then through Children's Bereavement Center, which I think Lily mentioned, we were both a part of that during our internships. I met a lady, she was a social worker, and she heard my story and she said, I have a room available and I'd love to rent it out to you for the remainder of your internship. And so it was finally rectified midway through the internship, and that's how I turned it around.
Since we don't have too much time, I'm going to focus in on just a couple more questions. One more from Facebook. Lily, how do you deal with racism coming from clients, and what advice do you have for BIPOC students looking into hospice?
Definitely, I had to seek support from my colleagues and just make sure I was processing that. I had a really great mentor. Her name's Dina Register, and she's a great person. She really helped me through a lot of it, but a lot of it was just me having to process the initial shock of what was happening, and then later acknowledging what happened in that moment and what can I take from that moment. But it's definitely, like, I don't know really specifically what your experience was, but definitely making sure that you have support and people that you can talk to is the biggest thing.
And we'll just take one more. Let's see. So I'll say, for all the presenters, what are your tips for staying focused when running sessions from home?
That's a good one. I mean,
I would say,
you go, Megan.
Go ahead, Lily.
No, you go.
Okay. I would say having a space that you kind of designate for your sessions helps a lot. In the beginning, I was just in my room in the spot that I'm in all the time, and I got distracted really easily. So if you're able to have a space that you can just have your music therapy stuff, to kind of get away and get in that zone of, okay, I'm about to go into a session, and really give all your focus to your client instead of, being distracted by your environment around you.
Mm-hmm. I had to do like laps, just
yeah,
for sessions because I think I became allergic to the screen at some point. So I have to stare at nature like for a little while, so, and then when I get back to the computer, I'm good to go.
I would say having my planner present at all times to make sure that I was prioritizing things. I really thrive on organization and just making sure that I had my goals right in front of me, and making sure that I took away as many distractions in the room as possible. Having a quiet space dedicated to my clients and their families was very important. So just eliminating as many distractions as you can.
Definitely what all of you said.
Great, awesome. Well, thank you all for a great presentation. We're going to take a final quick 5-minute break before we come back for our final presentation of the night.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, yes, I know a couple people on Facebook said they were having issues, so I think we were able to grab a new link that hopefully will work better, so let me put that in the chat. Oh, or Grace has got it. Thanks, Grace. So try that one, see if that one works.
Facebook is the bane of our existence today, and it is.
Truly.
It is. It's fine. Everything's going fine. We're live. Oh, my old lady.
I think it has, yeah.
I know, nothing exploded. Or Fione. Oh my god.
Believe it or not, that's not the weirdest way someone has pronounced my name.
It sounded like you were trying to combine Fiona's name and my name.
That's what happened. I always, when I'm talking to my mom about AmTest stuff, because I love my mom, I always mix up Naomi and Fiona. Like, I'll switch your names interchangeably, and she's like, I can't keep track. Like, what are you talking about? She's hilarious. I was gonna say, Fiona, are you still in the exhibit hall, and would you like to switch guard on that?
Yes, I am, and sure. Everything should be fixed now. We have the correct links. We have a magazine rack.
What? A magazine rack, you say? Why don't we tell our audience about our amazing booth?
That sounds like a great idea. Great.
Man, I should switch my major to advertising.
If you all are registered for national conference, AmTaz has a booth in the virtual exhibit hall, and we will be in that booth manning it throughout this weekend during the open hours. So y'all can hop in there and video chat with us live, ask us any questions you might have, as well as get some information on our business meetings coming up tomorrow and Saturday, and purchase some sweet merchandise that will be going towards supporting student scholarships and access to the silent auction. And you can access all of our fundraising and silent auction outside of the conference platform as well. We'll put those links in the chat.
Oh, it's going.
But yeah, come visit us in the exhibit hall. Say hello. We'd love to chat with you. And we have one more presentation today, and just that'll begin in a couple of meetings, but hang out for a couple of minutes at the end of Austin's presentation for just a couple of announcements.
My typing's too fast for my slow Facebook and it gets overwhelmed. It's so funny.
Yeah, so yeah, you can access the exhibit hall at any point in time, but in terms of the live hours, oh, actually, Grace, no, you don't need to hop on because the live hours are about to end. Never mind,
I
I've got
hate
the end
time
at 5
zones.
6.
Oh my gosh. Wait, it ended at 3?
No, it ends at 5 today. Sorry, 5 in the east.
Yes, so it is 4 here. Wow.
Yeah.
Time, I would not survive on the East Coast. That's all I'm going to say. I'd always be an hour behind.
I believe every other day the live hours are from 11:30 to 3:30.
Okay.
4:30.
Yeah. All right. So it is 5 o'clock. So let's welcome our last presenter for today. Our last presenter is Austin Thorn, who is a bachelor's student from University of Missouri, Kansas City, and an intern at Children's Mercy Hospital. So welcome, Austin, and take it away.
Awesome. Well, thanks for having me all. Very excited for this. Go ahead and share this situation. Yeah. Is that looking all right? I'm assuming yes. I'm not going to know. Cool. Well, all right. Well, welcome. We're going to be talking about socioeconomic status, financial needs of undergraduate music therapy students. We're going to be talking about what music therapy costs, how students are paying for their degree, and the implications of that on our future education. I am solely presenting today, but I could not have been able to present this information without the help of my professor, Dr. Iwamasa. We are working on publishing a paper, so that will be out in the future, but these are going to be kind of the preliminary results that I want to share with you all. So without further ado, let's get the show on the road. All right, so what we are going to learn about, oh, and before I start, if I could turn, I'll speak a little bit louder and a little bit closer. How about that? So if you have questions, please ask them throughout. You know, I'll try to address things as they come, but if not, I'll definitely have some time at the end to answer them. So without further ado, what we're going to learn about is what socioeconomic status is, its connection to accessibility for higher education. We're going to learn about the financial risks of getting this degree, and I'm going to talk about that through the analysis of tuition and debt and Pell Grant of schools with music therapy, and then also through a survey that I sent out earlier this spring. And then kind of taking those things and combining it into a discussion for what we should be researching and maybe deciding as an organization at AMTAS and AMTA. So the reason I am even here with you today is the journey I've had pursuing music therapy has been extremely rewarding. I couldn't see myself doing anything else, but it has also been extremely taxing, as I'm sure all of you feel. So as someone whose family just didn't really have the money to put me through college, I've put up a lot of that money on my own. And often I worked 2 jobs to make ends meet. I still, still do. And in fact, like getting through my undergraduate degree, because I was dependent on my mom's taxes, because she didn't earn enough each year, that actually made me eligible for more financial aid. So in some ways, what we might call being in a lower socioeconomic status actually made school somewhat more accessible and more affordable to me. And so I wanted to share my experience in a way that could be kind of used to change our attitudes about, change our attitudes and inform our current policy is that considers financial barriers as the dominant barrier to the growth of music therapy. So like, give me a thumbs up if you're like digging this so far, because I'm gonna make sure I have the right audience here with me. Perfect. So part one, socioeconomic status and accessibility to higher education. So socioeconomic status encompasses not just income, but also how far we get in school. So like if we have a high school diploma or a graduate degree, it involves our financial security and our social identity. Socioeconomic status, or SES, can encompass quality of life attributes such as our access to opportunities and privileges afforded to people within society. So the other component is financial aid. And financial aid is generally offered by the US Department of Education. It's a federal program. And it's how many of us students are actually able to go to college. They offer student loans, they offer grants to low-income families, and they offer work-study jobs, usually through the school. And this offer is generated from a formula which takes what the university says it costs to attend and the student's household income to see what the household should be able to pay, although that's not actually reflective of what they can actually pay in the moment. So they look at, last year's taxes and what, mom and dad made last year to assume what your family is going to be able to pay this year. So often that can kind of, there can be a disconnect there. And of course, that's just a part. We also need scholarships. We need maybe even more private loans. In addition, we need help from our families. And, like my story, just we need to work 1, 2, 3 jobs just to make it happen. So a great example of educational outcomes and socioeconomic status, so our accessibility to school and our ability to achieve at school, is something called the High School Longitudinal Study. And this followed 23,000 ninth graders in the US from 2009 to 2016. And the study split the students into 5 socioeconomic brackets, so low to high, and found that 3 years after most of them had finished high school, 28%, so about a quarter of the students in the lowest bracket had been enrolled in college, compared to 78% of students in the highest socioeconomic bracket were enrolled in college. So you can see where that privilege comes into play. Additionally, students in that lower bracket had a greater percentage of students delay their enrollment by 1 to 3 years, leave college, or both. So students in the highest socioeconomic bracket were also more likely to attend moderately and highly selective colleges. And if you know anything about music therapy, would most of us consider that music programs are perhaps moderately or highly selective? So the implication here being that fewer students of low socioeconomic status are attending selective schools, such as those with music therapy programs. And now that we've covered that, we're kind of looking at the current condition of education. So what it costs, the burden of debt for graduates, and how that Pell Grant helps students from low economic backgrounds attend school. So notice that tuition has only been going up in the last 10 years. There's no sign of it going down. And notice the difference in tuition for private versus public students. It's pretty yikes. Yet we see overall that average loan debt was recently almost $30,000 for all undergraduate seniors in 2018. Not saying that all people that graduated with a degree had debt, but those that graduated with debt had an average of $30,000. And then Pell Grant is one of the ways that the federal government, like I said, has attempted to improve access to higher education. And we see those qualities of socioeconomic status, such as income and educational level, factored into how much aid is offered to families. So therefore, receiving Pell Grant can be an indicator of students' socioeconomic status. And that's one of the questions I asked students in the survey about how they're affording college. And one thing I will stress too, I'm talking a lot of the financial risk and realities, the negatives of getting a degree, but it's important to acknowledge that, getting a degree is generally better than not, right? Those who have degrees are often earning more than those who don't. But, and I think one of the important things to note is that, Department of Education assesses, average salaries for earners based on their degree. And one of the things that stood out to me, and as I'll compare to music therapy salaries, is that the median annual earnings for 25 to 34-year-olds, so kind of like a bulk of our professional working population, with bachelor's degrees had a median salary of about $55,000 in 2018. But when we consider current condition of music therapy, much is the same as far as like this debt and this differences in tuition and rising tuition, but there's also some pretty stark differences, as we'll see with salary. So we kind of have this teeter-totter. We have this, what I call this bundle of the realities and the risks and the current situation of music therapy, as opposed to this, what we see as a growing field. And I feel like that's being put at risk, especially this year. So the impact of COVID, and I think this has been a really great study that came out from Colorado State University. It is free for you to look up. I encourage you to do so. Some things that relate to my presentation that I wanted to point out were first of all, it was only professionals, not exactly students. So that kind of perspective was not included there. But so for professionals, we're looking kind of at that. Income change occurred for half of the respondents. So almost over 50% of the respondents said they indicated either reduced or no compensation, they utilized paid time off or went on unemployment. And comments of that showed, written in comments showed that much of this is due to reduced clinical hours and limited access to clients and facilities, and an inability to commit to virtual service. There's been such difficulty with this transition, although that they do say there's lots of hope for our ability to adapt. And I think that's really important to point out. But one of the quotes that was particularly striking that came from their study was this, they were focusing on feelings of hopefulness in music therapy profession. And the quote reads, quote, "Salary in this field has not budged in a decade. The pandemic has exponentially made a challenging and frustrating situation worse," end quote. And that's one person, but I'm sure there's more people out there that feel that same struggle. And I'm sure there's people out there that would just disagree at heart. So with a grain of salt, take that as you will. And that brings me to this most recent workforce analysis. As you know, AMTA publishes this, I believe every 2 years, I could be wrong. And one of the things that they reported was that therapists with bachelor's degrees had an annual median salary at $45,000. And however, the mode, so that, what they reported the most was $40,000. And in that survey, over half of those respondents were between ages of 20 and 40. So sue me if I'm making a bit of a stretch there, but when we point out, across those with all degrees getting on average, our median salary of $55,000 compared to music therapy, we're seeing a pretty stark contrast in, I would say, just the benefit of having that degree. And we have a growing field in the end, and we have internships bouncing back. We have a growth of internships. We have a growth of music therapy programs. Advocacy and licensure is building in the States. So there is certainly momentum, I think, in the right direction. But it's important to say that this study that I've done is the first to address financial needs of students and how we're paying for this degree and what that reality really looks like on paper, rather than just saying, yeah, this degree is expensive, or yeah, we don't get paid enough, or, just really having it in a more tangible light. So with that, we're going to get into the study itself, and we'll go a little bit further, dive a little bit deeper. So some of the questions I had kind of on the outset were, how are we paying for school? How are we actually getting through this day to day, semester to semester, year to year? And kind of what risks are associated with that. Risk for me is that level of debt, because we know that the more debt you have leaving school, the harder it is to, one, enjoy your job, and two, stay in the field. So I think there's implications for retention in music therapy, and also just being able to, for students, just to being able to maintain their grades, right? If we're working a ton and not able to keep up with our classes, like it's just between a rock and a hard place. And then lastly, I also wanted to understand how students fall into these socioeconomic categories, and Pell Grant was an indicator of how that occurred, and also looking into employment and whether we took out loans, and how much help we received from our families, and I'll get into that more. So the first thing I did was I used this thing called a college insight tool, and this is from something called an organization called the Institute for College Access and Success. And I went back to 2016-17 because that was just the most recent and complete data set. So, hey, if you all want to do this more, we can kind of look to more current data in the future. That'd be awesome. And you can find that on collegeinsight.org if you're curious. So for example, you could see I looked at University of Missouri, Kansas City, selected the year I wanted, and then I looked at tuition and fees, Pell Grant, average debt of the graduates, and the average proportion of graduates with debt. And I just did this for all of the AMTA approved. So I looked at the school as a whole. There's no way I can look at just the music therapy program, right? But generally it should be fairly similar. And so I went through the organization directory from AMTA. I looked at all those programs, and I combined those into like regions, and also whether they were private or public universities, because we know, tuition at a public school is generally completely different from a private university. So without further ado, the results of the study. You can kind of go ahead and take a look. You'll see the averages for tuition and fees, for loan debt of graduates, for the proportion of graduates, and the proportion of students receiving Pell. And I organized these data by region as well, and found that regardless of region, a lot of these averages remain consistent. However, we see in those ranges, there's a lot of variability. An example I like to have is, not to throw anybody under the bus, I live in Missouri, and there's 3 schools that offer music therapy programs, 2 of which are private, 1 is public. So me on the outset, as a student with limited income to work with, I saw the public school as an option with like, okay, they're advertising $10,000 a year versus the private schools, which were offering or charging, advertising $30,000 a year roughly, or upwards of that much. And so for me, it beckoned me to go towards a public school that offered more financial aid. And we'll notice that actually the schools that, music therapy schools, kind of based on our data, it suggests that those who attend music therapy schools are actually at a kind of higher risk for debt than just other degrees in general, between public and private schools. So again, take that with a grain of salt, but when we're talking about accessibility to school, we're talking about the risk that is involved in whether we're reaching out to students of all socioeconomic backgrounds to be able to pursue this degree. Because from my vantage point, I can look back and say, okay, well, I'm past it now, but to a high school student or someone who's transferring from a community college, these are hard numbers to see for someone without knowing that our salaries are significantly less than most other degrees. Oh, something I forgot to point out was Dr. Silverman's study. I'll just jump back to that really quick. Was that music? I'm going to say this is going to be kind of sad. So he noted that music therapists with bachelor's degrees had consistently lower salaries than professionals with the same degree level in other helping professions. So that's kind of confirms what I'm saying about this benefit of music therapy degree. And of course, we're just doing it because we love it, but we got to go a little deeper. So
hey, Austin, sorry, we got a quick question from Facebook asking, is there any way to see the same data with in-state
You say that one more time for me.
Versus out-of-state students.
Differences between in-state versus out-of-state? Yes, okay. Yes, I think that'll be covered a little bit more in the paper itself. So this is kind of what I'm getting into. I think I'll kind of cover that if that's okay. Let me get a little farther and then I can double back. So with regard, I did some demographic information and found that, well, 80% of this survey was white. That between private, there's a pretty equal spread between private and public in-state students, and less so with public out-of-state students. There's a pretty equal spread between the classes. And the regions that were most represented in the survey were Southeastern and Midwestern regions, and the least were New England and Western. And I'll kind of talk about, so it is an important question because private schools offer the tuition regardless of your in-state or out-of-state. Whereas the public schools will offer a different tuition for in-state versus out-of-state. So, for me to go to KU, they would charge out-of-state tuition, even though it's a public school. I hope that answers your question. Facebook, let me know if that did. So that's why it was kind of organized the way it is. So the kind of questions that I asked was about student loans and expected debt. Did they receive the Pell Grant? And something that I got was a state grant from Missouri that was kind of more of a supplemental grant. So I was curious if other students were getting that supplemental grant from their state. I wanted to know if they're working another job, and if so, how many hours per week did they work? And again, I kind of asked this at the onset of stay at home. So I believe in my heart that the interpretation was, oh, we're going to be back in 4 weeks, maybe, which didn't actually happen. But I think when they were answering this question, they were saying, okay, this is on average what I would be working. And that's how the question was phrased. And then finally, what expenses do students receive personal help with? So, were they getting help from mom, dad, grandpa, a spouse, things like that. And they were able to check different options. So tuition, food, bills, books, travel, housing, and rent. And they were able to fill in or say that none, they don't receive any help whatsoever. So 346 students participated. Majority confirmed taking out loans. And of that, they also expect a significant level of debt. And to me, significant is going to be a subjective, but I kind of said like anything more than none is significant. But many of them, and I'll get to that next slide, it'll kind of share how drastic they can be. About 1/3 received a Pell Grant. So, roughly that's pretty similar to what we were seeing nationally. And then state grants were less, so only about 20% actually confirmed that they received state education grants. Next, 3/4 of the students worked either part or full time. The disclaimer there being that about 50% of those worked less than 10 hours. Worked less than 10 hours a week, or didn't work at all. Or I say of the whole of everybody who answered that question, 25% said no, they don't work. Another 25% said less than 10 hours, and the rest said 10 to 20, 20 to 30, or 40 or more hours. So that to me kind of said, like, well, if you're only working less than 10 hours a week, like, is that really paying your tuition, your housing, your bills? Is it really keeping up with the day-to-day thing? Or is it kind of just more of I'm paying for food, I'm paying for some other different things, maybe a guitar here and there, but not exactly relying on that employment. And going back to that question, I think is good. I think we'll kind of jump into the future research, but we should look into more specifics about private versus public and out of state. Talking about more rationale in a minute, but notice this. So 189 of the 333 that said that answered that question about debt, they indicated 189 respondents, said they would have more than $10,000 in debt by the time that they graduate. You can see that most expect between $20,000 and $30,000, and the second after that is greater than $50,000, which to me just blows my mind. If we're talking about median salaries being $40,000 and we're taking just as much debt on as we are expected to have in salary, like that's a huge problem to me. So we continue a little bit further. So now we'll get into the implications and kind of the meat of what I want to talk about. So let's see. Let's ask ourselves about financial accessibility. Can a student reasonably afford this degree regardless of their background? If they can afford a degree, at what cost? So, the debt, the working while they're in school, the bills to pay. And what's on the other side of that degree? It's the internship, right? 6 months plus of no pay for the most part. And we're living in a pandemic and a struggling economy, and we're facing lower than average salaries compared to our counterparts in other helping professions. And so now when you consider family income levels, who is going to have more time to focus on academics and clinical competencies, the financially secure or the insecure? Who is going to have those better outcomes? And that's not something that my study was able to figure out necessarily, but what I hope for is that this information will serve you all and me into further research about these questions, about what needs to change. And I think we definitely need to look a little bit more inward and analyze. We talk about self-awareness, right? And I think the whole missing ingredient of that self-awareness in music therapy has been financial accessibility. We do this job because we're passionate about music and about people, but those who are in a low income do it also because there's an opportunity to earn a decent living and do amazing work. At least that's how I felt. It was a way, access to something better for me that was just, not just saying in a Amazon job, no offense, but I just wanted something that was going to be fulfilling both, holistically, spiritually, mentally, but also financially, right? I mean, sure, most of us do that. So let's think about these challenges to degree programs. There's a higher likelihood of debt outcomes for students, music therapy students, and this survey supports that with the majority of students expecting to go in time by the time that they graduate. And something else to consider is about, where programs are located. Students are often, relocating for the universities they want to go to in the internships. We just heard that, about the challenges of that in that last presentation. There's huge financial implications for that, right? But that's just something that we've elected to just figure it out, I guess is the best way of putting that. Maybe not. And considering that socioeconomic status, that really is not feasible for low-income families and for students who are just working on their own to make ends meet. Like moving to another city to not get paid isn't exactly reasonable, but our universities have facilitated wonderful partnerships with our communities. I could speak for that at UMKC, and I know this is true for virtually anywhere. But the one drawback and the one elephant in the room is that they're not paid. And I think there's something like Canada where you can't not pay interns anymore. Like, dang, Canada, you got us beat again on one more thing. Come on. Internships require significant resources on the part of the student, and they often require this personal transportation, self-pay for food, and sometimes they do stipends or support housing. But ultimately, a student who comes from a middle or high income household can more readily afford or embrace financial security during that experience compared to those of low income backgrounds. Not boring you already? Fantastic. I appreciate you being here and sticking this out. And lastly, I just want to consider that after a student and likely their families finance their degree and manage to work full-time without pay for at least these 6 months, they meet the cost of board certification, continuing education, cost of instruments and their maintenance, and of course, just the normal personal expenses that we continue to deal with. Those bills, the debt after graduation. For me now, I've graduated in May, sort of. I've graduated in May, and there's been this hold on, repaying our student loans, but that comes back in January. And I won't, because my internship, it was delayed, I will be having to pay student loans before I actually finish my internship. So I have something to consider there too. That was not expected. And of course, none of us expected Corona, but here we are, and we're having to deal with changes in the current moment. And there's something to be said about that independent choice, and that, at the end of the day, it's up to a student what they decide to do. It's up to you and I to take the classes that we take and to go to school when we want to go to school. And I challenge those who are still in school and those who are thinking about getting into music therapy to go at your own pace and do it in a way that makes sense for you, not just a way that other people are doing it. And my challenge to one of the most empathetic groups of professionals here is to consider the costs of music therapy for the less fortunate student, and to seek to provide, accessible measures to students, regardless of the money that their parents make. That could look like so many different things. That could look like having instruments in the closet for students to use, or computers for students to document on. I mean, there are little things, but I think we need bigger things. And I hope we kind of get into this conversation about what we need to look into further, and then I'll allow, give some time for everybody to discuss what kind of this means for us. So there are several areas that should be explored further using my research as this starting point. for the educators here, if you're with us, use the subject area to encourage your students to develop their own research projects. This was something that I did in collaboration with my professor that was, helped teach me skills, something that I can carry with me as a young professional, as a clinician. And, if I think about pursuing a graduate degree, I have this under my belt beforehand. So I would encourage you to encourage your students. And I always hear about, empowering clinicians to pursue research. So here's the opportunity for that. Let's start that when we're in school and do it in a way that promotes the self-awareness of our degree and makes us question what we're doing and whether we're doing it right, if there's room for change. For students, if you feel empowered by any of the things that I'm talking about, reach out to your professors and reach out to me. I would love to get started on a new project that has to do with this theme of accessibility. And so that's it for me. And before we get into questions, I just wanted to thank those who participated in my survey. Perhaps some of you are here with me. I wanted to thank my professors, Dr. Robertson, Dr. Rooney, and especially Dr. Iwamasa, who has demonstrated an immense level of dedication to this project, and I absolutely could have not done it without her. And that's it. You can find me. There's my email, LinkedIn, Instagram, Facebook. Check me out. I'm around, available. Struggling with internship. It's going fine, but we're working hard. So I'll go ahead and leave it there. I'm cutting off fairly early. I was talking about as fast as my heart was beating, so I just went right through it.
That's great then, because then we have tons of time for questions. So we can go ahead and throw them in the chat.
I think maybe if I could prompt some, if you don't have any. Oh.
Let's see, did you notice any difference in financial support from students across AmTest regions?
That's a really good question. And I think that's something I still have to dig into. I think that the data is there. From what I saw overall is that no, it didn't particularly matter what region. The only thing I'll say about that is there was maybe 13 from the New England region that filled out the survey, and maybe 30 something from the Western region. So I think the one difficulty about this was I didn't want to make assumptions that were not necessarily fair. My presentation and what I wrote in the paper are different. This is me being subjective and giving my 2 cents about it. But I think maybe if we went a level deeper and maybe regional boards really focused on something like this, like a survey like this, maybe we could find more data about the differences between the private and public schools and the differences between the financial supports that they get. I will say 90% of the survey said they get help for something. They get help for tuition. They might just get help with books, they might just get help with tuition, or they might get help with everything. I think there was maybe less than 10% that said they get no help whatsoever. So thank you for that question, Sydney.
All right, let's see. Has there been any talk at the AMTA level about, oh, hang on, it moved. Almost there, about restructuring the internship experience? For instance, other professions hire on graduates as interns for certain numbers of hours, years before seeking certification. These people are still employed, but at a different salary level pending certification.
I wish I could tell you. I'm gonna share my screen one more time. I think I just want to leave it on. Oh no, I don't want to do permissions for sharing. That future research page, because maybe we can kind of look at that a little bit more. I think there's something that I maybe didn't put is this. There's this kind of component of advocacy that's built into it, kind of assumed with all of this. I think that's kind of the product of what I'm talking about is this advocacy for, okay, do we need to start focusing on paying interns or getting a minimum wage going, something, stipends, I don't know, grants, things like that, scholarships. So I'm one person as well. So I think we could go in a lot of different directions with this, and I'm open to collaboration for answering questions like that.
We got another one from Facebook, also a big question. How do you think the US government could change this situation and reduce the cost of going to a public university?
I think, yeah, that is a big question. I definitely think increasing Pell Grant is a great start. I think increasing state funding for supplemental education grants would be another good thing. That's something actually we as students can advocate for to our state and federal representatives. That's something that I've done before. And I think that's a good start is kind of building on what we already have. I think what you see, something interesting to see is like private universities have a lot more flexibility with how they charge tuition. You know, they could make it, they have just a lot more flexibility. They're not adhering to kind of like those federal regulations like public universities are. And public universities have to do a lot more to drive profit. So they do the things like dorms, and they do the things like food, you know, meal plans, and you know, when they say tuition and fees, those fees could be anything. Like they could, and they change year to year, right? So it's hard to say. I think if there was a plan to make community college free, I think federal, you know, nationally, I think that's something that music therapy AMTA should be like totally on board with. Like, yeah, we can't do a whole music therapy program at an associate's level, but dang, can we do like music therapy 101 or some beginning guitar, you know, just to gain more people from, again, those lower socioeconomic backgrounds who are like more likely to attend community college to get into music therapy.
Yeah, we got a couple more. Do you think the financial differences have to do with societal views of music? Like you might be expected to sacrifice everything to make a name for yourself as a musician, so potentially that could bleed over into music therapy.
That is a really interesting question. Like, I think, you know, we talk about the struggling artist and things like that, or, you know, that because we're artists or, you know, creative people who are creating art or music, even though we're doing, it's more clinical, it's much more clinical than that. Yeah, perhaps. I think something I was kind of trying to bring up in Dr. Leonard's presentation earlier was, you know, music therapy is, you know, going to be in the facilities and the institutions and the school districts that are better funded for music therapy, that have that ability to, you know, fund a job that isn't, you know, administering medication. You know, it's not, there's not that kind of, or that insurance, you know, cost that's not covered with music therapy generally. Man, I think it very well could be. I also think there's a point to be made about Dr. Iwamasa has a study about like music expenditures at, you know, music schools. So I think that's something to look at too, is like generally music students are paying out the wazoo for school, even though, you know, what jobs are there for musicians, at least, you know, 9 to 5s. So I'll leave it at that. But yeah, that's a good question.
examples of interns who are also attempting to hold part-time jobs to financially support themselves? Were there any indications as to how that impacts survey participants, or is that possibly a future research path you would pursue?
Yes. Short answer, yes. So I'll clarify that this survey was just geared towards undergraduate students who were not in an internship. And the reason for that is because the internship could be its own research question. And I think, again, what this survey and this research was serving to do is to be able to begin asking these questions and to start these conversations and trends about, accessibility to internships. And Mariah Butner, look out for her, survey, because she's going to be asking about, the effects of financial insecurity on mental health. And let me know, Mariah, correct me if I said that wrong, but financial insecurity and mental health during internships. So there's lots of ways to look at it, and I would encourage you to start that. So
Do you think that increased support for students will trickle down from increased amount of research published and public advocacy of music therapy as a profession?
Trickling down is such a triggering word. Okay, so there's I see two parts to your question, and the first one being research published. The key issue with the research that is published is that it's not particularly reliable. When we think about the effects of music therapy on why, there's the research that is out there, just a lot of it, it's hard to take that and say this is the truth and yes, this is the way, we can use music therapy for treating this, and it's a proven thing. So I think a lot of that research needs to be more concrete and effective. I think that the research questions have to be better, the experimentation has to be better, and I think when that does happen and we do have those really secure, identifiable outcomes that we see across populations, it'll be so much more easier to advocate as a student, as a professional, as an educator to facilities anywhere. They say, yes, music therapy effects on this is a done deal. We don't have to think about it anymore. So first part of your question. And second part of your question, I think, there's still something to be said about this ongoing war on licensure for music therapists. And I think that will be a key part of advocating for increased support for students. And at least, when we get to that internship and young professional level, when we see that the benefit of music therapy degree, we're going to be coming into a state that has that licensure, and so we have that to back ourselves up. And I think that would be perfect. I think that would be it. Once we get all 50 states and we get music therapy programs in all 50 states, we'll be well on our way. So thank you for that question.
Another one rolling in. Any thoughts on changing the internship requirements to help decrease the burden of working full-time without compensation? Perhaps if it's shortened, available to upperclassmen students, even if they haven't graduated yet, offered during summer breaks like other degrees, etc., etc.
Can you ask that one more time? Because there's a lot going on.
Yeah, sorry. I'll just go through the first part. Any thoughts on changing the internship requirements to help decrease the burden of working full-time without compensation?
Kind of like I said with, students have kind of that should have that more autonomy in how their degree looks and what it feels like and how it goes along. I think we should be more strong and more stern about that in our internship. And that's what I fail to see is especially now we need some grace. We need a little bit more time in the morning to wake up, you know, whatever it is. And yeah, I was on thought there. Hold on. I think when you go into your internship, have that ready to go, or when you're applying to those internships, have that ready to go. I mean, they tell you up front that they're not going to pay you, right? So consider that, you know, if that's really your make or break, you know, there's that. For me, Kansas City doesn't have a paid internship, but I can't afford to leave either, so I'm just going to have to make ends meet. And so build that with your internship director of like, okay, this is really what I can financially achieve and actually make it out on the other side. So if you're with me on that, fair enough. If you're not, I'm going to look for something else because you deserve it. You deserve it. I don't know who you are, but you deserve it.
Great. Awesome. Well, thank you, Austin. It's about all the time we have for now, but thank you for closing us out on our passages tonight.
Yes, it's my pleasure. Thank you all for sticking around like you did. Oh, let me stop the sharing. There we go. All right, cool. Yeah, it's my pleasure.
Thank you, Austin, and all of our presenters today for our great passages, first time virtual.
Yeah, thank you guys for making this happen. It's awesome.
Awesome. Before you all go, we have a couple of announcements. First and foremost, we are so lucky that we were able to gather with you all in this format for passages, but we also recognize that one of the downfalls or disadvantages of an online conference like this is that we aren't able to interact with one another in a more social context. So tomorrow evening, at the conclusion of our first business meeting, we will be having a Zoom like game night. I'm going to put the link in the chat in both Facebook and Zoom if you'll give me just one moment. But it'll be, you don't have to be registered for the conference in order to attend, but it'll be taking place at 7 p.m. Eastern time, directly following our first business meeting. And speaking of business meetings, two kind of announcements or reminders about that, just because I see a few of our committee reps in passages today. If you have not yet sent me an email with your report, please do that as soon as possible. I'll put my email in the chat so that we can pass on any information that you all want to about your committees in our business meetings this weekend. And then lastly, we would love to see any and all of you running for a position on our AMTAS board and joining me next year. And nominations are still open to self-nominate yourself for an e-board position. So Grace, if you wouldn't mind actually putting the link to that, yeah, I'll be lonely, putting the link to that nomination form in the chat, and we'll transfer all these links over to Facebook as well. But you have until the business meetings tomorrow to self-nominate yourself and run for position, especially if you are interested in running for a treasurer position. We would love to have you, and we need you especially. So those are the three announcements that I had. Grace or Fiona, if you want to give an announcement about business meetings / fundraising.
Yeah, just reminders, our business meetings are going to be both tomorrow and Saturday at 6 p.m. Eastern time. Again, these will be on the conference platform, so you do have to be registered for the rest of conference to come. Also, please stop by our exhibit hall booth to check out all of our fundraising options. We have hats, we have backpacks, we have sweatshirts, we have a ton of silent auction items, and then there's also our social media info and the business meeting info if you need it. So yeah, please stop by. If you come by during the live interaction hours, we'd love to chat with you. I think that's everything else we have.
Yes, I think so too.
I concur.
Oh, and just to kind of give you all a reminder, all of the presentations today will be available as recordings. So you will be able to access a recording of the Facebook Live session from our Facebook pages, as well as if you're registered for a conference, the recording of the sessions today will be in the conference platform for the next 6 months. So.
Also, I see your question, Grace, the time commitment for the executive board positions. It does kind of vary for each position, but generally speaking, we have monthly meetings where we all get together and talk about our progress. Each job has its own specific duties that they have to go through, but it's also a pretty collaborative team. So any big projects will like split among the board members. So it is a decent time commitment, but it is doable. If you would like more detailed information on the jobs of all of the positions on our social media accounts, we have a series of posts where we introduce our current board members, and those include descriptions of all of the positions. So there's a little more info there.
Also, if you visit our website, I'll put the link in the chat, you can view our bylaws, which also has position descriptions in our bylaws that you can visit straight from our website. And Grace, if you wouldn't mind, actually I can just copy paste them into Facebook.
Thank you. Facebook is hating me today. She's such a jerk. I have so many hostile feelings. No, but this is awesome. If you guys have any questions about, please follow us on social media. That's where we give out our information most rapidly. We're trying to diversify how we give out information, but that is the tried and true way that we can reach a lot of people with lesser effort on our half. But we got cool thing. Oh, something doesn't exist. Take 2. But it'll be a grand old time. So.
Yeah, I think Grace, that link that you put for the board nominations doesn't work, but I'm grabbing that link now to send out in both chats. Here we go. So that is the link to self-nominate yourself for a AMTAS board position. Cool. Thank you all for coming today. I think that's all of the announcements that we have, but if you have any questions, feel free to stick around for a couple minutes.
The links today, I tell ya. They're fighting me so hard. All right, you got any questions?
Yeah, so we'll keep this open for just a couple more minutes in case there are any questions in Facebook as well. I know it takes some time with buffering.
Yeah, it does. What was I gonna say? Oh, Naomi and Fiona, are you planning on attending opening session live or saving that for down the road?
I'll probably have it on and then see how I feel.
Yeah, same. I have some visuals to finish creating for internship stuff, some session.
Okay, so I don't
if you
feel
would
bad.
like more detailed information on the jobs of all of the positions on our social media accounts.
Oh, is that playing? Gosh darn it, I get it.
Sorry, I have a question, like, for all of you. I was just wondering, like I don't know if, I think some of you are already done with your internships or already have an internship. I was wondering, like, how, like, if you have any tips about, like, being confident or just staying calm during the audition, because I have trouble doing that. Sorry.
Yeah, no, that's a good question. I'm in my internship right now. And so are you referring to more of the audition interview stage or actually
Yeah.
in the internship?
The actual like audition interview stage when I talk to the internship site and they're trying to like ask me questions and
Yeah.
like I have to perform for them kind of thing. Sorry.
Sorry about that. Just really quickly to answer your question, yes, the Facebook video that's currently live, that will be the recording that is available after the Zoom ends. It'll take a few minutes for it to process, but then it should be available as a recording, and we'll re-upload it as well to the AMTAS page so that you can find it there. Oh, so Passages is just to respond to the question in the Facebook event. Passages is just a 1-day event, so it's just today. Any of the link that I posted in the chat of the Facebook Live, I'll pin it so that you all can see it. That is the link that'll be used for the social hour tomorrow. So that link that I just pinned in the chat is the one that we'll use tomorrow.
We'll put it on our social media too and be highlighting that as much as we can.
Okay, and Fiona, I guess if you want to start addressing Priscilla's question.
So yeah, just I guess kind of depends what works best for you. I know for me, like preparation is always the biggest thing. So I know there are a ton of like resources online for like interview questions you can typically expect. Just to kind of give you a quick idea of a couple things that you can practice just to make yourself feel a little more comfortable. In terms of like the audition piece of it, again, same thing. I know when I was auditioning for my internship, I went a little overboard and like made sure I had a few songs on each instrument like ready to go. So then no matter what I ended up playing, I was like, okay, I know I got plenty to go with. So that's what helps me personally is if I feel that I have practiced, prepared enough, then when I go in, it's like, okay, I already did all the work. So now I just have to say it.
Got it. Sorry. I just want thank you so much for helping.
Yeah, and I guess to tag on that a little bit, because I feel the same as Fiona, but also specifically in the internship interview stage, it helped me to stay calmer, to remind myself that I was interviewing them just as much as they were interviewing me, because it really is about you figuring out what the best fit for you is going to be. And so it helped me to kind of keep control of my own nerves, to think of that as more of a reciprocal experience instead of just one-sided. It lessened the pressure in my own head a little bit. So
that makes sense. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Cool. Well, I don't know. What do you say, ladies? Should we close her out?
All right, everyone all good here?
Thank you so much for answering my questions. Sorry. Thanks for your time.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I'm glad to have you here.
I can't help, unfortunately, but I'll need notes. It's not fun to write it.
Yeah, I'm ready to. Well, I'll go ahead and leave, but I don't know what you guys need to do. But I'll see you guys later. Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you all for coming. I'm going to stop the Facebook Live.